of winners is just playing finals, but that's not
滅び
icy.
の災いと呼ぶにふさわしいわ。終わりなき苦痛と消えることのない呪い。
だからよそ者なんて信用するなって言ったんじゃないか。
そして救世主の誕生。
運命の食器はついに役目を果たしたの。アビス教団の名は知ってたが、これほど大規模で広範囲な動きを見せるのは初めてだ。まるでナタ相手に戦争を仕掛けようとしてるような。
宇宙船スリープポット？まさかお前がテイアントに来た時に乗ってた宇宙船のことか？
この数ヶ月の間で42の星が消えた。何者かがずうずうしくもこの世界から吸い取っているのだ。
災いはいつか必ず訪れる。みんなもそう言ってるわ。
彼女の存在を無視し続けたらいつか本当に彼女の声が聞こえなくなってしまうからね。
すぐそこにいるじゃない。
お前の魂は欠けていて、傷口にはアビスに侵食された跡が見られる。アビスの力の使い方を学ぶつもりもないのなら、私が代わりに調べるしかない。無に帰せ。この手に烈空、星々よ静かに眠れ。
はじめまして、私はダリア。セピロス教会の女祭で風神バルバトスの伝道師です。面白くなってきた。風神様のお告げです。
私の夜はここで終わる。だがお前の旅はまだまだ続く。
お前は私の師匠極悪鬼スルトロッチを知っているのだろう。
戦線は総崩れだ。
真っ向の剣ダインスレイブ。これがお前の望んだことか。
お兄ちゃんはいつも運命を変えようとしてる。でも今回は何としても止めてみせる。
よくやったスカーク。今回も生き残れたか。
今もなお運命の食器は動いているのか。
なぜお前が鈍性のクジラの権能を持っている。
スルトロッチ。
経緯などとうの昔に消え去った。貴様の傲慢さと邪悪さに気づいた時にな。
500年前にお兄ちゃんと再会する機会を逃すわけにはいかないから。
いずれ本物の宇宙に帰るだろう。
旅の終点で2人の新たな始まりが待ってる。
Nodcry, an ever-changing landscape of ruin, a marvel corroded by time. In the forest, where the nights were once undisturbed save for a few rays of moonlight, the wild hunt's shadow grows. There are those who bear the name of Frost Moon, living where the silver light shines. Others carry the torch, fending off the darkness and cold with their blades. I hear that the snow and fae still yearn for the frosts of old, while the Fatui look to the stars above, trying in vain to seize the false firmament. Then there are the nights, draped in the west wind, nearing the end of a long and arduous mission. My friends, of course, shan't be outdone. They will no doubt bring a magical charm to this edge of the world. And just as the stone craves the sculptor's hand, so does fate await your gaze. Pour me another cup of tea, if you'd be so kind. The story is about to begin.
Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, good evening, good night, wherever you're coming from and tuning into the AstraNox Invitational Elimination stage. I'll be your host today, Fufu, and I will be joined by my co-caster.
Hi, I'm Summation, and whether your planet has a day or night cycle, hello you all. Right, so Fufu, how are you feeling today?
I am excited for some more games. We saw some interesting stuff yesterday, and a little bit of a peek, a little bit of a spoiler. I saw some interesting stuff, some interesting decks we're going to be seeing today, so I would stick around for that. I want to see it, and I'm sure that the entire audience does. But before then, we do have to introduce everyone and let them know what this tournament is all about, starting with our sponsor, Summation, if you would take over.
Right, first and foremost, this tournament is sponsored by ShiningSoul. We'd like to let all travelers and duelists know that the second set of the ShiningSoul Genshin Genius Invocation TCG physical cards are now officially on sale. You can purchase the brand new in-stock cards at the official Genshin Impact store or the ShiningSoul official store on Taobao. Collect your Genius Invocation TCG cards, gather your friends, and let the duels begin. AstraNox Invitational is exclusively sponsored by ShiningSoul.
Exactly. And you can get everything, the sleeves, the mats, the dice, they all look so nice. And, of course, we will get into this later, but they're going to get some of the goodies as well, so I'm sure they'll post them and show them off to everyone. But before I jump too ahead of myself, we should explain what this tournament is all about. As you can see right here, we've had not one but two qualifiers, with some of the best players being invited to fight against each other. 16 players from all over the world, 48 players from more of a closed China region fighting each other and getting to this final elimination stage, where the top 12 players will be fighting in a best of 5 conquest format with bans, with the finals being a best of 7 conquest format, of course, with bans. But while that might be familiar to all the players and they might be completely aware of what they need to do, why don't we tell all of our audience exactly how that works?
Right, best of 5 conquest with ban formats is basically both players must submit 4 decks, and then they will ban one of their opponent's decks. That deck cannot be used for the rest of the match, and for the remaining 3 decks, the player must win with all 3 of those decks. Once a deck has been won with, it cannot be used again. Best of 5, 3 decks that have obtained victory, and the player will advance to the next round.
Exactly. So be ready with your best. Be sure that no matter what they ban, the rest of your setup is ironclad and can deal with whatever they brought together. But do remember, you get to get rid of one of them. So if this one deck you can't deal with, you don't know what to do, you just say, actually, you're not going to be playing that today. I'm just going to scribble that one out. You take a Sharpie and you're like, nope, bye-bye.
Yep.
Not happening.
Send off.
Actual send off. But what does that mean for our audience? Well, for our audience, that means that we will be live this entire week showing all of these games. So you get to watch whatever you want, whenever you want, however you want, because you can watch here on YouTube, you can watch the JP casters on JP YouTube, you can watch the CN casters on Bilibili, and you can follow on YouTube and Twitter for all the updates you need. So don't worry, you're not going to miss out on anything. You're going to see in advance who's playing, and you're going to see who the casters are. So you know that if you're tired of me, you can swap over to somewhere else. And I don't blame you. I've been here for like 4 days now. Oh my god. Get this guy to shut up. I'll just go watch JP. And that's fair, and that's valid, and you do have that option. But that's not just that, because of course, we have some nice prizes for everyone.
Indeed. What's a tournament without some prizes? For the top 12 players, the prize listings will be as follows. The 9th to 12th place will receive 160 Chinese yuan. The 7th and 8th place will receive 320 yuan. 5th to 6th place, 480 yuan. 4th place, 640 yuan. 3rd place, 960 yuan. 2nd place, 1280 yuan. And the 1st place will receive 3,200 Chinese yuan total.
Oh my, nothing to scoff at, but that might just not be it, because besides all this nice money you're gonna get, because all this nice stuff, you will also get some of the stuff from our sponsor, ShiningSoul, of course, so you can get all of your friends addicted to IRL TCG as well, and show them what they were missing out on, and what they are missing out on, and what they can still join, because you can always join and become the very best, like no one ever, wait, that's a different game. It's fine.
That's a different
That's
game.
okay. That's fine.
Yeah.
You know, close it up.
Yep. Instead, you will become the king of invocations with these card packs, booster sets, and trial decks, as well as some card packs, elemental dice, and your playmats as well. Also, the deck box in the corner.
Exactly. The deck box is nice. Have you ever had one of these? These are so nice. They have like a little magnet, you can flip it open. Oh my god.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
I've seen them. They are very good.
They're so good. They're so nice. But speaking of the King of Invocation, we have some players fighting for that exact title there. I assume that's the title. We're just gonna pretend that it is. Of course, you can see here who has advanced and who has not advanced. And we covered all of these games in the previous 2 days. But today it's Chamberlain versus Papaya Tofu, which is going to be interesting because one of these players, unfortunately, in the losers bracket means they're going to be out of the tournament and we're not going to be seeing them anymore. And then in the winners, we have in semifinals, Ollie Crane versus Elina, which is going to be interesting as well because now whichever player you see will be there again, even if they lose, and then you'll be ready. You'll know their strategies, you can see it in advance, you can be ready for what they're going to bring.
Right, then without further ado, let us move on to our first match of today, Chamberlain versus Papaya Tofu, and let's see what they brought to the table. Papaya Tofu is the version 5.2 Mars Cup runner-up, the version 4.6 Hoyo Kuipao Cup runner-up, the version 4.0 Moon Talk Cup runner-up, and the backdrop for the star player.
Ooh, the backdrop. You can see that their favorite deck is actually a relatively new one, so that's quite interesting. They either found their favorite deck recently or they started playing at least somewhat recently, but the version 4.0 runner-up would not say that. And of course, we talked about this before, runner-ups are quite scary. I mean, if you can get to top 2 that consistently, that's quite scary indeed. But not for his opponent to be underestimated, who is of course Chamberlain, who we will see right here. There it is, the Fonta Cup runner-up, the version 4.7 Moontalk Cup champion, and the version 3.3 Resonance Cup champion. And as long as cooking doesn't kill him, he will drill like hell, like HE hockey stick. Oh my god, this man is ready. And we see that his favorite deck is also cooking indeed. It's MMEC, but with trial, a different pathway. Did he put the wrong one in, or is he ready? Does he know? We shall see today.
Yes, the Gourmet Chef versus Gourmet Chef. Let's see which one prevails, the villain or Serene's son. Serene's husband.
I hope that comes with perks of getting really good drops. Oh, but we see the decks coming down and the ban of Kachina immediately hit. But he didn't even bring his own Kachina. He's on a new level. Oh, he gets his Bennett ban instead.
He's cooking. He's cooking so hard.
He is cooking. Oh my god, the cook-off, let it begin. And we see Yunjin on one side and we see Yoimiya as well. 2 combo decks into a Pep and Sirine Fremine. Oh my god. Well, we will see Yunjin come out immediately being ready like, okay, listen buddy. Listen Bob, you have that Hutao over there? I'm going to fight that Hutao with the strength of million flags. I'm going to get so much damage and so many attacks, you're not going to be ready, son. And let's see what Chamberlain responds with. Oh my god, he's like, I'm going to heal. I'm going to get my Fontaine Res, and I'm going to heal with my Siege Wind, and you're going to get frozen. And you're not ready to be shattered. How are you going to attack me if I just freeze you? Oh my lord.
Right, these are some very powerful and quite out there decks out here, so we'll be introducing these decks in full. Right, Yunjin, Primordial Jade Winged Spear. It is, as the name suggests, a deck focused on Yunjin equipping the Primordial Jade Winged Spear, using her Flying Cloud Flag formation and using her Yunjin talent to dish out powerful 7 damage attacks all over the place. And to support that, there's gladiators, there's minty meat rolls, there's a lot of cards that focus on doing normal attacks and reducing the dice cost for one single turn where Yunjin will go absolutely wild.
Exactly. And of course, the other characters are not to be understated. The Lava Shoulder and the Seahorse drawing us 1 card. But up against it, we have, oh my god, we are going to produce so much stuff. You see how much randomness is in the deck. Siri is there. Taromaru's there. What's the painter we're losing called?
That's Serene, his wife, if you remember.
Wait, which one is... What's the name of the other one then? What's the one?
Oh, that's Mimir, the painter's Mimir.
The painter's Mimir. There we go. I remember it. Oh, and we're jumping straight in?
Nope.
No, we're not. No, we're not. Yeah. So as you saw there, the board got eaten up by the void. Nothing we can do, just happens sometimes. We will have to get it back in a minute. But in the meantime, we can see here that it's going to be interesting. We saw Fremini Talent, we saw some interesting setup. So let's see. We are starting exactly on the Seahorse itself for that +1 draw, but our ramp is not looking great. In the meantime, our opponent is about to click so many companions and do so much stuff that we are just not ready for it. Let's see what happens here. Dune! Taromaru! Let's go!
You're right. Dune Serene, Dune Taromaru, and Dune draws another Serene. So the thing about Chamberlain's deck is that it focuses on Ultimate Overlord's Mecha Magic Sword, which means you really want to play a lot of cards that are not from your deck. And the cards that support that are from Taromaru and Serene and etc.
Exactly, you can just see how much it is. But oh my god, look at the opposing side. That is so unfortunate, no ramp. We have drawn 5 cards and we got no way to float more than 2 dice. Oh, no spears, no anything. Oof, this is going to be rough. Putting gamblers on too early means you lose out the extra dice on everything else. You also lose your value on the board. Oh no, how do you actually deal with this?
And this is very, very good news for Chamberlain because Ultimate Overlord's Mecha Magic Sword takes time to charge, and when Yunjin's just looming around the corner, you really do not get the time to charge.
So we might just see a swap to Yunjin, but then you lose... Oh, wait? What are we seeing? Oh, we're gonna see an attack come down, I'm pretty sure.
Yep, it's probably gonna be get the Spellfish, and get another attack of the
and then the second... Oh my god, the next ramp cut was right on top. That is so unfortunate. If we just drew 1 more card and we just had 1 way to get 2 more dice, we would have saved up so much. That is so bad, but that's okay because we're going to still push into this matchup with our best efforts. Now, Serene did give us a card that gave us both Cryo-Res and Fontaine Res, and now we get some less than stellar weapons, which is a shame, but we always do have a second Serene because the second effect of Taromaru is not as relevant. We got our treasures shuffled in, and we are just waiting to see exactly how we play it. This deck does rely on a lot of just action cards being slammed and jammed and not doing much actions yourself, just waiting on it.
Yeah, so the Taromaru will create some Taromaru savings and place it into the deck, and when a certain amount of savings is played, it will become a summon. But instead, Chamberlain can safely discard it because that second effect is not needed in his deck.
Exactly. Now we see another one of Serene's abilities come down, and we're going to be playing cards, which is going to draw us cards or discard cards. We get another saving, tossing the book we didn't need anyway. Now let's see how this comes down, because fun fact, we do have that extreme in hand.
Yes, but the thing about this is that the lingering effect of the Millicene makes it so that you may discard a random card, or you may draw a random card from your deck. And that discard can be rather devastating, like what we just saw with the Fremine Talent being discarded.
You gotta count it. You gotta get your best cards in. For example, if you lose this Mega Sword, it might be actually pretty rough. So the question is, do you immediately equip it and then maybe lose tea time? Which one are you more okay with losing? Because you never know with this card. It gives you so much draw, but it can also take so much of your hand away. Oh, wait.
Extreme.
Instant
Immediately.
extreme. Wow, we don't even care. Yeah, get your hand clogged, buddy. Not our problem at all.
Yeah,
You get
those
one
cards are.
gladiators and that's it.
Yup, that gladiator and then nothing else. That's a lot of bricks on Papaya Tofu's hand.
Yeah, and Yunjin wanting to have not many cards in hand is going to make this actually pretty rough. We're halfway through our setup anyway as Chamberlain. We are missing the sword, but if we find one, it's not like the sword counts it from the moment it's played. Sword counts it immediately from the start, so we're going to have a lot of stacks regardless. And yeah, we're just going to lower our opponent's damage as much as we can and just sit here.
Right, anyway, Chamberlain will continue with a strategize, discarding more princess. That is probably fine. And place
it's not even
thermal
yours.
savings.
Oh, but we
That's
can also
more-
see Sync come down right here because there's no good reason not to play it. Oh,
Sleepy Meditation obtains the. Which one was that again? The Selectosaurus.
that's the owl guy. Yep, that's his official name. If you look closely, that's what it says.
Yeah, there's the Yongasaurus, then there's the Selectosaurus.
Exactly. And now we might just see... Oh, we will see the technique come down. Goodbye, gamblers. What a shame, but we do get Signs of Canopy to give us some more dice, which does make some nice setup here. Now, question is, how do we get as much value as we can? It's funny that we got Rhythm from our opponent. We're really not complaining about it. Yeah, we see it coming up.
We're playing off these cards from our opponent's hand, which are, of course, all rather high quality cards.
Exactly, and at the same time, they're cards that did not begin the game in our deck, meaning that we do just keep stacking really easily, and we do just keep going. Oh, we even get this one down. Oh my, that gives us Signs of Canopy once again.
And ditches the Covenant Rock because we can no longer play it.
Yeah, exactly. But we will do a Seedring skill, we will get some healing going, and if Seedring dies, it's healing for somebody else, but we clogged up our opponent's hand quite a bit right now. I don't think they're going to play any of this. Their actual main out is just the Serene, giving them some cards to play with, but we shall see.
Yeah, or they can try to make it so that Serene will discard all their cards in their hand. But the problem with that is that this is entirely random.
Yeah, exactly. You might draw, you might lose, you might not get anything, and you have 9 dice to work with. Your setup was not amazing, but you get another top deck. It is gamblers. The problem is how...
Yeah, not a very good gamblers considering all your characters are equipped with artifacts.
Exactly, and also considering how built this Siege Ruin is to survive this round, it might not help you in the moment. We might see only like an attack or two and then swapping back and then trying to get some dice saved by Vanna and moving towards next round, because honestly, you do need your Jadewing Spear to deal with this.
Yeah, Yunjin without Jadewing Spear is kinda rough. And
exactly.
Plays Mimir, discards the Sing Your Heart out. It's fine.
I guess we never needed it.
Yeah, we never needed it. Trust.
Some more defensive food. And then top decking, oh my god, those are quite nice, I'm not gonna lie. The thing is, you know your opponent, if you're playing Yunjin right here, Papaya Tofu, you know your opponent only has 1 Mega Sword in their deck left. So you might actually try to slow it down just a little bit and see how you can work it out.
Yeah.
To buy your time. Now, what does he actually get if he plays Tea Time here? He has 2 characters that are of the same faction. He has 2 characters of the same element. So he actually would get 2 cards. It's probably not worth it for him, but...
He gets 3 cards because both Sichuin and Ganyu are bows.
No. I mean, if Papaya Tofu got handed one
Oh,
by his
Papaya.
opponent, yeah.
Yep.
He actually does get 2, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, that's fair.
So it's not the
It's-
worst thing in the world.
Yeah, it's not the worst, but it's also not really that good.
Yeah, it's not
RMIT
as
time,
nice.
RMIT time outside of the designated deck just isn't good in general.
Yeah, it's just not that great. I mean, 2 cards for 2 dice is not amazing. The Seahorse will take the damage from the bubble, but not that he minds. He might not be aware of this, but he is not the star of this deck, unfortunately.
Yeah. Yep. In the end, all that matters is the Yunjin, and sometimes you just have to do everything to let it happen. Right.
Exactly, but still nothing useful. And our opponent is about to go off with more extra cards. Wagner! Oh my god. We don't play enough weapons for Wagner to tutor the Mega Sword, but wow. That would
Yep.
be neat.
Right, and anyway, there's another random effect that has appeared on the field, and that's the HP 50/50 effect.
Ooh, exactly.
No. That's not the 50 effect. Sorry, it has the same stacks. It's actually the one that at the end of your turn, at the end of the round, I mean, you will get 1 random resonance, whether that be elemental or faction.
Right, yeah, for the next 3 rounds. I see, that's why it's on 3. You're right. Oh, we see the Seahorse Burst come down, and these attacks are just not the attacks you want to be spending dice on, but also, where's your setup? What do? You are so clouded with these random cards that you don't want to play and don't want to think about. It's just really rough. And your opponent is slow enough that it makes you think that maybe you can just sit down and stall it up a bit longer, and you might be able to. We shall see how it goes. But Searing Burst coming down, huh?
Oh, that's another button you do not see pressed every day.
Yeah, we're watching 2 decks play with a character that they usually don't really care about that much and just fight each other. Now, Seahorse does do more damage than she does, but yeah.
Yeah, that's probably fine. And besides, Sichuin's alt button does actually have its uses, but I do not think that all was it. I personally would have gone with maybe Ganyu or something, but Chamberlain's Chamberlain, and Chamberlain cooks best.
Had it to Ganyu doing some stuff, but then you freeze the Seahorse really early and you kind of lose the aura. You could do a skill to try to like get Hydro auras on characters later, but the problem with that is that your opponent is not moving off of the Seahorse until they have to, because they want more cards the same way you do. You have dug through so much of your deck, but you have lost one of your swords and you need to find the second one. And they need to find one of their spears, so we're just sitting here and having a bit of a staring competition. Now, unfortunately, no gamblers on Seahorse, no way for him to take any advantage by killing the Sijuin, so we will probably just slowly move towards setup.
Yep, as you can see here, Chamberlain has decided to move towards the Femine to decide, just maybe start backing for one.
Yeah, and exactly, and the TOTM here set up to get some damage going. Now, that is only if our opponent NAs, because remember, Yunjin is a prepare skill, so we are going to sit here and give priority to our opponent who needs to do something. Now, they're not super scared because we have 3 dice, and most of the cards in our hand is what's been given to us, so not much we can do on it. But we're about to see exactly what's about to come down here. Because it is still damage. You will take the Yunjin hit and the Seahorse hit, so, that's rough.
Yep, but that's only like 2 damage to HP, but so that's not really that much in my opinion.
Exactly. So you might just be totally fine with it. And since you're not afraid of anything, you can set it up so your Fremini gets a freeze on the Seahorse following around, forcing your opponent to go in. Oh, they don't even do it.
Yep,
okay.
Decides to instead go into Seahorse, maybe try to fish for that end phase draw.
Probably. We get to discover another card. All interesting one. We get the Saurian Crackers indeed, and now we gotta figure it out.
Yeah, the
Passing
Seahorse.
card.
Select source giving source crackers. Source crackers being played gives back 1 dice by mouse effect, and then pays 0 dice for select source as second use. And now select source is gone.
Exactly, exactly. Oh, an extra die and a TOTM on Ganyu as well. So we're going to be playing a very slow type of game. With our opponent going first, we get to store 1 die in here as well. Quite nice. And we get Dendro Res. Oh, but they drew the spear.
Oh. That's annoying.
Yeah, now
So
they have the
now-
spear. Now they're ready.
Yep, now Yunjin's online. Probably.
Now Yunjin is slowly gonna start moving towards it. They do have the 10 dice for it as well, and you don't have your sword because we did lose one before, so we do have to find it to be able to match her.
Right, and they placing your heart out for some more draws, trying to fish what they need, and they get 2
Ooh.
Vanessas and a Woven. That is exactly what they needed.
3 extra dice for free. Thank you very much. We will take those. And
Yep.
now you just gotta figure out exactly how this works because you want to play both Vanessas, but you do also want to play the Jade Spear. And you do need to do a skill to do it, so... Oh, second Vanessa coming down. The dice she gives... No Omnis.
Vanessa doesn't give Omnis, but the fact
No,
that
no,
there's...
no. Yeah.
The fact that there's Geo is kind of harsh.
We might see this come down to give us that Omni. Because we have none, these 2 cryo dice don't do it. Maybe we were supposed to tune 1 more earlier. But that's probably fine. We're gonna play the artifact, get it, and now we have the dice for the spear, and we can move over to Yunjin and get some attacks going in. The swap is free, so 3 actions are also very much an option. Oh, not even. We had 2 Lava Troll, possibly to stall our opponent out just for a little bit, because we will probably just straight head to Yunjin and do as much as we can.
We want to set up on that Yunjin, so you want to stall as much as possible. And ooh,
oh my god.
Chamberlain decides to spy on the top 3 cards of the deck and saw Golden Troop, another Jade Spear, and Yunjin silent.
Exactly. All the cards they wanted to get as well. But now your opponent is literally playing with their hands open. So you do know that exactly there's nothing else, and you just gotta calculate how much they can and can't do right here. Looking at Papaya's dice, you do know that he cannot burst if he uses a skill here, and you do want to use skill because of Jade Spear. So we shall see how that goes.
Yeah. Well, for now, Chamberlain will just need to figure out what to do with Fermine's skill. After all, Fermine kinda needs his skill to do anything significant.
Exactly, and we have a lot of cards to pick and choose from exactly what we want to do and how we want to do it. Unfortunately, another extreme might not be the answer here, which is always a shame, but we do have a lot of stuff to pick and choose from and ways to be inside this round and just try to deal with this Yunjin before we get our own sword so we can threaten the opponent.
Give me a bit. I do not actually remember what number of stacks that Mega Magic Sword is at, but if you're already at 8 or close to 8, you can play all the cards in your hand and then swap all the cards in your hand to the opponent with Extreme.
It should be at least 6, I'm quite confident.
Yeah.
But yeah, I also have not been paying full-on attention to it. The perks of just casting and not having to be the guy who plays. Quite nice, I will say. But now, yeah, the crab comes down. We get that extra HP on everyone, so we're just gonna swap around a bit.
Yep.
And
trying to not get that damage onto Fremine too much and make full use of our butter crab.
Exactly. And you can see the lava troll skill being extremely cheap because of Golden Troop that was on him, so we still do have 9 dice to go in here.
Yep. Here probably comes a Ganyu skill to get even more barriers and try to reduce damage as much as possible from our erstwhile foe Yunjin.
Exactly, exactly. Beep, beep, shields incoming. Break through this, buddy. See what happens.
Either that or a usage of the Petlisaurus, which will draw you cards and give you shields as well. So that's another defensive option.
Yep, and with 5 dice, we're gonna get one from our TOTM. We can definitely do that.
Or just maybe... I'm not sure, but what I do know is that Chamberlain still needs to dig for that one Mega Magic Sword left in his deck.
Exactly, it's a bit rough, and you don't have exactly great card draw. You have a lot of things that add cards to your hand or deck, but actually digging out what you need might be a little bit rougher than it seems. And without the sword, we really can't fight them too much. Oh, we might be accepting here that Yunjin might skill, so we have to go back to Ganyu and then we can use our skill?
No, swapping back to Ganyu, then you have only 2 dice, so your only move is Petlisaurus.
If they skill, you get 1 dice from TOTM, that's why.
Oh, right.
So depending on what they do here, you could get an extra die back. Or if they normal attack, you do get that full value off of Butter Crab as well, so that's quite nice.
Either way, you do get full value of the Butter Crab, or at least 2/3 value, which is already really nice when you're considering Butter Crab.
Exactly, you're just trying to defend here and stall out until you see your own weapon, and then you can match her. Yeah, skill coming down, we're probably going to see a swap. Right back, exactly, getting the max value out of everything. And then you will always catch priority here, so the only question is how do you want to go about it? We will see the technique.
The Petlisaurus, big bubble goes to the... makes a medium bubble goes to the opposing side. So that's one less card they'll get to see of that 3 cards on top. Remember the Yunjin talent, there's the Jade Spear, and then there's the Gooden Troop.
Exactly, exactly. And Yunjin talent is probably the one you really want to see the most. But they will also top deck 3 cards because they will probably end the round on Seahorse. Now the question is, are you going back Siege Ruin for that max value, or are you just going to pass right here?
I think you could also play Signs of the Canopy and start counting again. Nope, never mind.
Slowly but surely. Oh, 5 damage onto Ganyu, holy. Big numbers coming down. 1 dice saved by Vanna, and we are very likely... Oh no, I'm pretty sure that the talent was the last card to pop up, so we might actually lose it due to the bubble here and not top deck it ourselves. Yeah! Talent is the one card we don't get. Oh, the Siege Ruin bubble.
Yup, that Siege Ruin bubble came about at just the right time. So now Yunjin's talent is delayed by 1 round.
My oh my, and the talent is really strong, and it requires you to not have that many cards in hand, but we already didn't, so unless we were going to get extremed again, it would have been quite nice. Now, let's see how this plays out, because we still don't have the Mega Sword on the Fremine side.
Yeah. Like, I guess you could play Sumeru Resonance.
Yeah, you always could. It would actually be a lot. But we'll go for Soup instead. Let's see what it gives us.
The Soup
extra
gives...
defensive stats.
Yeah. Draws?
Does this insta pop? No, you can just toss it back. I see.
Yep.
Yep, we don't want the Siege Ruin bubble. Oh, and we found the sword! Okay, now we're on. Now it's so on.
Yep.
Sunyata popping one of the Vannas.
Oh, Grand Narukami Shrine.
Grand Shrine to cycle dice, yep. And that gives us a die off of Signs of Canopy.
And now you pop another Vanna. For...
Ooh. Damn, if the order was different. Oh my god. If we got that tubby.
If the order was different, that would be really, really mad.
Yeah, that would have been absolutely insane. But as it is right now, if we do go down to 0, we do have Gandharva, so we'll see how that works out. for the time being, we're ready for our opponent to go in, and we do have our own sword to answer with, so let's see how this actually plays out right now.
Yep. Citrine with that many days of resistance on her, and Femine having 9 stacks of the draw counter on him. You only really
Yeah.
need 4 for the full buff, but having 9 is still really funny.
Yeah, having way too much is always funny, and we're about to see if it actually works out, if it's enough. I assume we're going to be swap stalling this Yunjin and then trying to go in with Fremine ourselves and see how that works. Or maybe we will see the Sijuin burst trying to apply some hydro so we can freeze. I'm quite interested actually.
Yeah, I think in this case you would maybe probably see the Citrine Elemental Burst coming out again. Yep, there you go. You really want that Hydro aura applied on Yunjin because now your Ganyu can appear and freeze her in the middle of her combo turn.
Exactly, and your Fremine can also shatter, like, it's a lot of damage coming down. Whichever way it's spun, oof, it's going to be rough.
Yeah, and even if you go to Lava Show here, nope, instead Yunjin's Elemental Burst to shut down the Citrine before she can do more damage than she should.
Exactly, getting rid of her, getting some of that value down, but now the response is the sword. Oh my god, the damage,
and
the insta-kill!
Oh, the Citrine sacrifice into Femine insta-kill!
Yeah, exactly. I'm quite confident we have max stacks right now. You just saw that damage, you saw it all come down. We still have a support card to play if we want cheaper, granted by Sunyata, but now the Lava Troll has to answer, and he is powered up, but Fremine is going, and he might not be stopping.
Yep. And extra dice from the Tenacity of the melee list, so now there's exact dice for Elemental Burst.
Exactly, we can burst, we can get Darwell, we can use one of our Taramaru's servings. We can do a lot of stuff here, getting some extra dice and getting it going. We're about to see exactly what the play is for most damage.
Indeed. And I think we'll have to also see what that Melusine support on the field is doing, because that could make or break games. And
that is true. We might definitely see it do something absolutely insane or useless, but the burst is coming down, getting his gear on. Woof!
Oh!
Leaving him on 1. Holy, the Fatui do not mess around. They are ready to go.
That is terrifying. Heals up the Femine for 1 HP.
Exactly, getting the 1 setup going. Just so you're kind of out of the range.
Yeah, and I believe that's all she wrote.
Yeah, seems like it. Tabi will come down, Gandharva will give us another die, which we can spend on strategize.
And we get extreme.
And we always get extreme. Yeah, Yunjin talent is not super relevant after she's dead, and we know that's on top of our opponent's deck, so
yep.
we are just
so
waiting for it.
That will be another brick and one more card that will decide the game.
Exactly. And from this spot, it is looking quite nice if you're Chamberlain. You do take only 2 damage here coming from the Lava Troll, and they pass.
Yep.
Looking quite
rough.
My god.
Oh my. And Papaya Tofu draws Minty Meat Roll, so that's not helping.
I mean, honestly, as far as draws goes, it's probably the best one, but as far as draws goes, what's gonna get you out of this? You're gonna get frozen. Your opponent is starting first. Even if you take out this Fremine, Ganyu can just do it by herself. Oh, Tenshukaku.
RMIT time for Tenshukaku, NRE, and let's... those are not good foods, but you still get the Battle Crab.
Yeah, you're still kind of fine with it. It's like a bit whatever. I guess we didn't want anything else besides Tenshukaku, but like realistically, this kind of whiffed because we're not doing anything with most of these. But we do get some healing going, we do get some setup going, and we're just gonna do a nice little friendly bop onto the Lava Troll. And now it's looking rough. A Seahorse will retaliate, but
That's just gonna fuel the tenacity of the melee list, and now there's exactly 3 dice. Well, you only need 2, but still, that's 6 damage, and Papaya Tofu is down!
Oh my god, the Fremini clears it out. Holy, the setup. Once the sword gets going, it's so insane.
I have not seen a melee scene that productive ever since Serene got released.
They just did so much work, and then the sword was like, yep, I'm about to do 10 damage with 1 skill. Any complaints? No? Okay, all good.
All good, all good. Yep.
My
And since Fremine, Citrin, and Ganyu has obtained victory, they will now be taking backstage.
Exactly, they've done their job, they get to go rest, but for Papaya Tofu now the question is, how do we go about it? Are we going to go Yunjin again? Because our matchups into the other 2 are workable, definitely. We can also go Bennett, we have a lot of options here. Our matchups are actually not that bad. We lost our opponent lost their 1 freeze deck, which freeze kind of stopped every single one of our decks dead in its tracks. The rest of these are interesting. Huta is a bit spooky if she can take out our 1 carry, but it's definitely a decision.
Yep. Hu Tao is definitely a decision when it comes to fighting maybe Bennett Cube or yet again Yunjin. Heck, all of these except Kachinavia are combo decks from Papaya Tofu.
Exactly. We're going to see combo, we see so many combo decks on both sides, honestly.
Yep.
Fremine was waiting for his sword, Yunjin's waiting for her spear, Pep is waiting to get set up, Yoimiya, oh my god, Bennett.
Pep's waiting for her babies and all that.
Yeah, exactly.
Risley just waiting for Yoimiya to do her job and all that good stuff.
Yeah, if you look at all these decks, they're just waiting for 1 setup key or 1 setup tool or 1 setup card to just get them going, and it's just a question of how you set yourself up to get it and how you clear out your opponent's board afterwards.
Yeah, these 2 have completely different philosophy from the previous days, where they brought out stall and try to win out the game through meticulous planning and efficient strategies.
Yeah, and they figured, well, have you heard that combo is good into stalls, so I think I'm just gonna bring combo all the way down. Unfortunately, they ran into each other, so it's combo into combo.
Yeah, combo time.
It's time to combo each other out. And we see Papaya Tofu bringing the Bennett. Because Freeze is gone, Bennett is just pretty free to roam as nicely as he wants, but the Huta with the Overload against Cube might be interesting.
Yep, out comes Hu Tao, and Hu Tao against Cube is indeed very interesting because the Cube, which is the carry, has a revive. So Hu Tao's it can survive 1 Hu Tao miracle. It will not survive another.
Oh my god. I was not ready. There was also cooking involved here.
Oh, I thought there was going to be standard. Wow.
Yeah, I thought this was going to be the 1 standard deck, but no. 4 artifacts, no Timaeus, a Catherine, all the Melusines. Oh my god. It is time.
Yeah, the treasure is fine, but half pots and 2 sleepy meditations.
I am seeing something that eyes were not meant to see. 1 golden troop, 1 tenacity. Whoa.
Yeah, the 0 cost golden troop's reward, and as well as the 1 cost Maiden's Fading Beauty.
We saw 1 Maidens before in these decks, but we didn't see 2 of them followed up by these artifacts. And definitely not only 4 without Timaeus even trying to tutor them out.
Right, so as well as the opponent who is playing relatively standard Bennett Cube actually.
Yeah, compared to everything else, this is extremely standard. We do see a bit more of a focus on normal attacks with the NSC and the flowing rings up top, which is going to be interesting.
Yeah, right. So I believe Chamberlain's deck needs a little explanation, shall we? So a card that you do not really see that often is Maiden's Fading Beauty. We have seen it once where someone was running it on Hu Tao as well, but To speak simply, when the character receives healing, except from an artifact effect, this artifact will heal 1 HP twice per round. And another card that we absolutely do not see in the competitive scene at all, but almost every player knows, is Catherine, which allows you to fast swap once per round.
Exactly. Usually you see Hu Tao trying to swap as slowly as possible and do everything, but we're about to see it go off for those fast overloads. My.
And for the second game, Chamberlain has also brought his wife today as well.
I can see that.
Yeah, 2 Mamirs, 2 Sirens, and Sleepy Meditation. But that will give even more techniques, so more tokens. Fun.
Oh my, we lose the Arcane on the Bennett side. The interesting part is, I'm pretty sure that was Covenant of the Rock on the Bennett side, which, yeah, in combination with NSC and the other stuff we had for normal attacks, you can definitely get an extra attack, but not scared of losing Bennett at all.
Yeah, you're generally not really afraid of losing Bennett when going up against combo. He's kind of like the combo counter, because do you really want to beat up Bennett, or do you not? Do you really have the damage race ready?
Exactly.
Yeah, it's a question to ask. With aggro, the question, with aggro, the question's obvious. You can obviously just completely smother the Bennett.
Exactly, but Papaya's not scared of that either. Not running Day to try to stop them or anything. Maybe in their mind it's like, well, if a combo, or rather if an aggro deck is already trying to go for me, they can probably push through it anyway, so there's no point in running this race and trying to stop it. Let's see instead what we get. We get Sing, and we get some interesting cards out of it. Which ones will we play? Will it be just Liben? Will that overdraw us? That will definitely overdraw us, so we gotta pick and choose what we want to do here.
Yeah. I think if you want to choose, you would probably just ramp more with the Underwater Treasure Hunt. And then you have 1 more dice, so maybe 1 Sleepy? Or do you Sleepy first and see what technique you got, and then decide whether you want to play that Undersea Treasure Hunt again?
We might see either, we might see neither, depending on how they want to play this out. They do have the Spear immediately ready, Rightful, and the 1 TOTM that they're playing, that it's probably going on Hu Tao. Liben is getting sent, and the TOTM is getting put on, and we're just passing on that.
Yeah, the single copy of Tenacity of the Millilith on Chamberlain's deck.
Ooh, are we gonna see a big ramp round here with 2 Libens from the opposing side?
Yeah, that's certainly possible. You play Timaeus and then you play another Liben.
No,
nope,
we will
instead,
see
we say Sing. Yeah, kind of a better Liben. But
at this point, yeah, this is gonna be a lot coming down. You can play the Timaeus, yeah, getting yourself down and getting a nice golden troop for yourself. A free Timaeus in the following round as well. There's no real reason not to, so...
Yeah, so many troops. That's golden troops reward on Bennett, and golden troop normal on Electrocube.
Exactly, the small and the big one, as they're colloquially known. Getting set up, 3 free dice off of that will be quite nice for the following round. But our opponent also delayed their cookie start, meaning that Bennett might be actually the one taking a lot of the damage coming from this. But we also do see that Storm Terror in their hand. They might Storm Terror into Age the talent, but Hu Tao is completely geared and ready to go. So what is the next play?
The next play is obviously to Serene and start gambling.
It's time. I love gambling.
Gambling is bad. Yeah. But that does not stop Chamberlain, who has decided that gambling is the way of life.
Gambling is simply correct. Always all in, no matter what. All on red right here, right now. Well, yeah, we see that delayed cookie skill. Now, which talent will we get here? We get the Bennett one instead. It is time. Now, we can swap to Bennett. We can start setting up. We will take an overload. That's for sure.
I will be absolutely honest, I did not catch what Melusine effect that was.
Uh, 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 you know what? And that's the no. You got tuned. They got tuned, right? You got tuned.
Ah,
Yeah, I
right.
don't think it got
They got
played.
tuned.
Yeah.
Right.
It burnt up
Yes.
and flew into crisps.
Fair. I guess when it comes to serene gambling, when you don't like it, you just drop it away.
Yeah, exactly. You know, there's no sunk cost fallacy here. It's not just because you got it, you gotta go for it. Oh, we will
Yep.
see. Interesting. Okay.
Age the has going in. Right,
Is
here
the
comes
with
Puff
flowing rings
Hops.
for free?
Puff Hops, I believe when you add cards into your hand that are outside of your deck, you heal one twice.
Exactly. I'm pretty sure that's the way it goes. And we do see a Yoinkasaurus. Oh, that could be devastating. Oh, you're quite
Right.
confident your opponent has a banner talent in their hand. You might go for this.
I'm not sure if you're that confident because they have not. Oh,
No,
right,
they
because
played Storm
Storm
Terror,
Terror.
yes.
Yeah.
And they
So,
never aged her talent, so you might actually just see this come down. Oh no.
yep, that is gonna be devastating if it ever comes.
Oh, the humanity, the Melusinity, the tragedy. Oh no, we're not ready.
Yeah, Melusines are beautiful
Oh,
creatures.
Melusines are about to ruin our entire. Well, actually, it's not them. It's the.
Yeah,
It's
it's the
the.
Sleepy. It's
Yeah,
Citlali's fault.
it's Citlali's fault. I agree. It's always her fault. That is so true.
Right. Speaking of Citlali, I just realized that Serene doesn't actually have an effect that gives you technique cards.
Yeah, they can't really work together that well. And the bigger issue here is that we are actually just off dice to play Yoink. This is tragic, some would say. We
It's
cannot
fine.
Yoink it.
Yeah, you can simply just yoink it next round. Like Papaya Tofu cannot make enough dice to burst this round anyway. So
Mm.
that talent will still be there when the next round comes.
Oh, but you just handed them one die, and they do have an NSC in hand.
Even
The
with that
swap
one
into
dice.
NSC, it's so close.
Ah,
Wait. Is it not enough? NSC
uh,
NA, and then it's the small GT. You don't have the big golden troop. No, if you had the big one, you actually could burst here, but whatever, it's fine.
yeah.
It was so close because your burst gets lowered to 3 dice because of storm terrors. So if you NSC NA here, wait. Hold. Do you see it?
Yep, you
Do
can.
you see it?
Yeah, you can NSC and then Tune 2 and A burst.
But the issue is you never know this because you're not aware of your opponent's Yamka right now. So
No, it's fine. The Chamberlain has already ended the round, so you're now free to just equip the talent.
Oh, they did put Yamka on. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Now you're aware of exactly what's going on, and you might just want to pass it because, you gotta gamble on getting the other one, and Bennett loves the talent, so they might just do it to get rid of it and then play off of Cube the following round. It does push you forward, but honestly, your setup's not even bad. You got so many good things so early on.
Yeah. And honestly, I don't think Bennett's talent's bad at all. Like maybe just a little too early because you only get one round of buffs, but it's better
you're
than
only
having
doing
your Bennett talent stolen from you.
Exactly. We might exactly see that come down. That same calculation, that same logic. Yeah, you actually do have enough dice. Oh my god, but no, we're going to greed
Never
it.
mind. We are going back to H-Daha.
Okay, well, I'm sure we're gonna play Liben here.
Is this skill or is this Tune 1's... Is this skill or is this Iben?
I would always Liben here just to because I'm staring down a Yamkasaurus. I don't want to stare down a Yamkasaurus. I want to get Liben and I want to get my second banner talent as soon as possible. Yeah, they're thinking the exact same thing. They're going, okay, I don't have that much in deck left. I'm going to try to find this. 13 cards, decent chance. If you find a Storm Terror, it could also help you. Like, you do have draw. Yeah, see, the strategy is coming down.
right? And now Chamberlain's gonna have to figure out whether Papaya Tofu has obtained a second talent or not.
Yeah, exactly. But you might just Yumka anyway for the chance that they have not. We're about to see what happens. Levin's about to give us 2 more cards, and
There's
not what we
nothing.
wanted. Oh no. We don't have
Yeah.
another Sing to get more stuff. We don't have anything. We might just get yoinked straight into Yoinkland and cry about it. This is gonna be rough.
Chamberlain could decide to delay the Yoinkasaurus, but then he has to gamble on whether Papaya Tofu has the one copy of I Haven't Lost Yet in hand or not. Which, considering the behavior in the previous round, I think he would decidedly say yes.
Honestly, yeah, it's a weird spot. Like your opponent's basically bluffing that they're not scared of it, so you're wondering, wait, am I the fool? Am I doing this wrong? Like you also have to like somehow get rid of all these cards to lower the cost of it. So the question is, yeah, is it even worth it? And now,
Oh,
what
decides
do you want to
to
do?
either call the bluff or is just doing his own thing, so he just plays Hu Tao Elemental skill.
Yeah, now it depends on what we want to see here. I mean, going Bennett, getting that burst down, and then getting onto Cube, who already has 2 stacks of a Golden Troop ready to
Yes,
go.
that's discounting 4, so you're
Exactly.
yep.
Oh, will we see
With
next
Bennett
week's?
talent, then Cube with that damage buff is
Doesn't
and
even
that's
matter anymore, son.
yep, that's the second copy. So
Do
now
we
it's
have any
tight.
Storm Terrors?
We
Yeah, we
do.
do.
Draws
Into
into
Ajdahar.
Ishtaha talent. And immediately
Exactly.
plays it for the 3 dice.
Exactly. Beautiful. Now, well, you could yoink you would otherwise get, so even though the Venti Swirl is nice, you could swap and then they follow with a Swirl is nice. You could swap and then they follow with a swap, and then that's just rough. So yoink here actually seems a-okay, but let's see what they actually do. Interesting. Tapalsaurus entering the hand. A lot of stuff you can do here, a lot of cards you can play, and a lot of ways you can go about it. The only issue is you're spending dice. Yeah, another Mystic Soup coming down, but you're spending dice and your opponent is
not
probably gonna go off this round. Yeah, so how are you going to respond to it? Oh, Yamka getting sent. No.
That's interesting. Draws into the Catherine.
The Catherine,
Ooh.
the goat. The literal Snurnayan puppet herself here to help us out and give us those fast swaps to get us off this cube. Unfortunately, the dice might just not be there for it.
That is certainly unfortunate.
I do not see a universe in which you just don't go Bennett here and just start completely smacking down your opponent in every way you can, because this cube is about to do so much. Never mind, Ajdahar wants those extra dice.
Yep, wants to ramp more and more and more.
This is true, but from this point on, every round that you spend is a round wasted with this Golden Troop not doing anything, so Catherine comes down. If you swap, Ajdahar takes another absorption, though.
Yeah, that's gonna be annoying.
You do get a swirl, which is quite nice, but what do you do from that spot? Oh, the Huta Burst is ready, but even if you can one-tap this guy, what do you get out of it? Oh, yeah, this is coming down, and now... Oh, Ajdahar has basically paid himself back with this skill, but yeah, you do get the swirl. Unfortunately, you're out of dice and your opponent is ready to go with so much under their belt.
At least you're on Venti instead of anyone important, but still, that is quite a significant loss.
It is also called comfort because this Venti is about to get overloaded if we go to cube, and Huta's gonna take the brunt of the damage without even being able to get stacks for her rightful because she's already max energy.
Oh, you're right.
That is looking rough, and yeah, not much you can do. You do have those storm zones. You might go to Cookie. Yeah, we will see it here. It might be 2 swaps just to try to dodge it, but Bennett Allen does not ask questions. Bennett Allen says, "My cube's about to do infinite damage to you, buddy." And are we one? Oh, we're not 1 dice short. We're not 1 dice short because we can feed anyone with NSC, and we can do actually 2 cube RPSs. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's double RPS. Waiting to be unleashed. And 2, 2, 3, 7, 13. That's like 26 damage.
Exactly. It's going to go absolutely bonkers. The only question is, do they believe that it is more worth it to not do 2 RPSs because you're never hitting Huta and Huta's the only relevant one? We shall see, but getting rid of the other units is so much damage, as we said before, so still, we might see it anyway. And then afterwards, you do have another round of Bennett Burst, and Huta has to deal with all of them. Oh, the artifact coming down, this is coming down. We're going to draw a lot here. We might see a Bennett attack.
Yeah, we
Yep.
see Bennett. They are not going to attack with that cube, so to be like protective.
Yeah, I mean, we're always going to see at least 1 RPS, I'm sure. I mean, it's a 1 cost RPS. It's just beautiful here. But then the Ajdahar burst, the Bennett can set up another one of his own burst. Like, you can actually attack with Bennett here again, go to cube, RPS, and get off, and that sets you up for such an insane round on the following turn.
Right, and it is the ball is still in Papaya Tofu's court. Let's see what the plan will be next. The timer's running out, so there's little time to think.
It does seem like it.
Oh,
It does seem like
right?
it's setting up for the following round. A bit unfortunate, but also the way it goes.
Right, it appears we are having slight technical difficulties. We will have to see how to. Where
It is
on
not
the
difficult.
match
It is simply Bennett doing too much. We were not ready for it. The cookie goes
there we
down,
go.
the setup is down, and we can still go cube RPS and get off. Simply because of this golden troop.
Yep.
Right then and there.
I suppose it is simply more economic for Bennett to deal with Cookie personally.
I mean, yes, if you break it down, it kind of works out the same way. So I think it's completely fine to just have Bennett take her out and then go to cube and then get off cube, because 2 RPSs is extremely powerful, but it does leave your cube open to the burst. And you might not exactly want that.
Yeah, and this if you do it this way, then Bennett will actually be able to become burst ready again. So
exactly, and yep.
That is another plus.
Wait, where did 1 dice go? I swear we had 3.
Same.
Oh, okay. The RPS went by. Venti's on 1 HP. I see what happened. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, max value off of everything now. Oh, Ajdahar talent and your covenant. Oh my lord, this Huta needs to pull a miracle.
Yep, that covenant came back, and now things are not looking good.
Oh, do you believe in the Huta sweep?
I do not, unless that Melusine support has anything to do with it.
Unless the Melusines have something to say about it, this might be looking rough. Oh, but Numer is already here, sharing her opinion. This might not be over as long as she has something to say about it. Let's see how it works out.
An idea here would probably be: do you pay the fast swap right now? Yep, apparently you do, and that's Cookie's final coordinated electro damage going out.
Exactly, and now with that, we are probably going to see a Huta normal attack, but it doesn't kill. It actually leaves Ajdahar on 1 HP, and spending a burst here just seems a bit rough, but it might be exactly what we gotta do. Yeah, we're just kind of hoping that we can loop this Huta burst and actually be able to take them out, because you gotta think about it this way. You gotta sit on Bennett, because your opponent has dice. And what are you gonna do about it? You could swap stall here. If you swap to Cube, your opponent cannot go back to Venti because you will RPS. And then even if you get Overload, it's probably fine. But this is even better. Just Bennett saying, yep, I will just punch. I do not mind. I do not care. I am all good. Thank you.
Oh, that Melusine effect, draw 2, and that is the HP 50-50 effect.
Oh, the Huta doing her damage, getting her 2 extra cards. Now a lot of treasures coming down. The cube is ready. Huta might overload it, but then what does she do afterwards? She can get those extra dice, but it might just not be exactly what you need. Especially with another proc of Golden Troop for this cube. Ready to take them down with another RPS, which is probably just lethal, no?
Yeah, RPS is enough damage to lethal still. And I believe that Golden Troop is at 1 round.
So 1 round,
that's
2 stacks, 3 cost skill on cube right now.
Yes, and you can just tune 5 for another.
Exactly, you can tune 5, and those are 2 RPSs, and that is not survivable even by Huta, who is known to heal and live a lot, but yeah, you don't have the dice to match it. It's just a little too much.
Yep. Unless we see something weird, this like that. Something
minus
like
2?
That. A -2 from the 50-50.
Huta has her burst ready, but not enough dice to do it. Mystic Soup, wait. No, but you don't even have Storm Zone ready. It's so unfortunate. We will have to use Mystic Soup defensively here.
Yep. You have to do it defensively because there's
actually wait.
Nothing... Oh wait, the 2 mouse.
2 mouse. If you get -2 dice, you can swap and use your burst, getting them off of cube and healing your Huta, but is that enough? Is that workable? We shall see. The fact that they're thinking about it, they're either thinking of the line or they didn't get the -2 dice and they're just thinking how to turtle up the best they can and just live through it.
Yep. There's options to be considered, but one thing for sure is that if you do nothing, that cube's gonna seal the deal.
Exactly. Hypostasis is ready, locked in, and unlike in the actual game, it is no pushover. It is ready to take you out. Yeah, we got defensive stuff in the end. We did not manage to hit the -2 dice. But is it enough? With an RPS only 1/3 through and another one on the horizon, things are looking quite grim.
That's the defensive Mystic Soup, I see.
Yeah, exactly. We did not get the dice. We did not get much of what we want. Not much to do, but play Serene, yeah, and see if that can do something. Nope, the Serene card is also 1 cost.
Unfortunate. Guess you'll have to pass for next round, which will be in the next game.
Exactly. It is time. 9 HP or even 11, but 1 RPS is it's an RPS powered by Bennett, man. That's not gonna help you much.
That's 13 HP, and Huta is not gonna match it.
Not much she can do into this, and Bunk, and a Rock, and Paper is coming up. Oh, he'll do lose too. Perfect timing. And a Bunk, and Slam.
Down. And Chamberlain is down. Game 2 goes to Papaya Tofu.
Exactly, yeah, this matchup being quite rough for Huta, having to deal with all this stuff. The overloads just came in a little too late and weren't there. The Ajdahar being able to completely and utterly just stop your opponent from playing. Just by sitting there and being like, yeah, my skills are either 1 cost or I get to pass it around and gain dice. Yeah, have fun with that. Quite rough, quite rough.
So Bennett Cube is out, and now we're truly at the part where there's... Well... Let's see what's left for Papaya Tofu to win with, shall we? There's the Seahorse Yunjin, which we've seen before. And there's Wyomia.
Yeah, and if you gotta think about it, these are basically very similar decks. I mean, it's just combo, right? It's combo with the setup, but one has 2 setup characters. One of which, to be fair, Yelan can quite carry in a Yoimiya deck with Yoimiya Burst. She is quite nice with it, but other deck only has 1 setup character, which is Yunjin. So the question is, if you're playing something like Hutao, can you snipe her, and just get her out of the way and be cleared on that part, or is it just a bit rough? And how does a Pep match into both of these? Because they both have a very bombastic out, as opposed to some of the more standardized mid-range / stally decks that we've been seeing that a Pep can set up against and fight.
Yeah, that Pep's gonna look really rough because I do not believe she'll be able to get her 4 babies out in time.
Yeah, 4 Kindreds before your opponent has any sort of setup. Yoimiya, which doesn't even need any like very specific cards, just need to get enough extra dice going and enough just fuel in general to take you out. And then, yeah, sure, Yunjin needs the spear, but how do you deal with that?
Sometimes it's not even enough dice, it's just, do you have enough rounds for it?
Exactly. Can you sit there and just survive it? But then a Pep having to find the exact cards they need and get rid of them and set it up, that might be a little rough. So we see a circle back right to Hutao, ready to prove her worth after that last game.
Yep, and Papaya Tofu bringing out Ryomiya to prove that this old deck maybe isn't so bad after all in this meta.
We shall see. I mean, yeah, having your setup is quite nice, and getting one of your characters taken on by Hutao has to happen at a very specific spot when you're Yoimiya. Otherwise, you're probably just going to be able to shake it off and just keep going no matter what. Exactly, but what is a list without some of the nicely added action cards? And I believe these are fairly standardized at this point. I don't remember if Mystic Soup was around when this deck was most commonly played, so that might be a new inclusion.
Yeah, Mystic Soup's been placed like everywhere since it's basically just Beta Lotus now.
Exactly, yeah, more options, more ways, more things you can do. Just makes it a lot simpler, frankly, and it gives you quite a bit. But we see the standard setup, the high roll with the Yoimiya talent, of course, quite nice. Some extra draw because you want to see as much of the stuff as you can, and a lot of your cards can just easily be cycled out and sent anywhere you need. And that heavy strike in a list, a singular copy in an open list, making your opponent have to play around it, is quite evil, I will say.
Yep, it is indeed incredibly evil. Now Chamberlain will have to like see it and try to play around it. On the other hand, though, Chamberlain running it back with Cookie Venti Hutao with that wipe slot of Serene and her painter Mamere.
Exactly. We're about to see this list go off again, and I mean, Hutao with TOTM is quite nice, I'm not going to lie. Yep. And the rest of this stuff is just, yeah, you're just not ready for it. Is there anything that you really want to use against Yoimiya? Probably not.
Yeah,
in this particular case.
Not much unless you can somehow target that Intimigos.
Exactly, and that's going to be rough because a lot of their cards are only 1 and 2. Like, they don't even have many 2 costs, it's just mostly 0 and 1 cost, so getting the exact 1 cost you want when you want it because you want it is going to be rough.
Oh, I suppose stealing the Mystic Soup is still worth it. Maybe?
Yeah, that would be quite nice, mostly because you can use it yourself. Like, honestly, MMR on Hu Tao. You steal the MMR, you go on Hu Tao, it's time.
Yeah, a lot of cards in Realmia's deck. It is quite low cost and may not seem worth it at first, but Hu Tao really does love all of them because she functionally plays the same as Yoimiya.
Exactly.
Right in
And
here.
we get that same thing. Oh, the talent is right there into 2 spears and a serene. What openers are these? Wow.
Yep, and Chamberlain looking for that 3 Electro probably. Never mind, he's going to full ramp for Cookie. On the other hand, Papaya Tofu is going standard with that draw 1 and 2. Trying to find the... Nope, doesn't find the Minty Meat Rolls. Plays a talent for double normal attack this time.
Yeah, no Minty Meat Rolls, no NSC, both would be quite nice, but also your opponent is going to be playing this one quite slowly because, again, they can never know if you do have that NSC, and trying to beat Yoimiya to the punch might just not be even worth it at that point, so it is what it is.
Yep, and Chamberlain responds to that by playing Mimir, and now considering and also playing out his wife, perhaps another Serene from Mimir, and Medicine support.
Oh my.
That's 3 Serenes in Chamberlain's deck now. More Serenes for him, I guess.
Do you remember the Jet patch when you would get 3 Jets? Holy.
4 Jets.
4 Jets. I've seen 3 Jets against me. I've seen in tournament someone playing 3 Jets and having a 4th one in hand. I was like, I see. That's how it's happening.
Yeah.
That's how life is. But in the meantime, we see some techniques coming down. We see the Serene. Oh, wait, why is it lower cost?
That is because of Sleepy Meditation's effect. After you select your technique, any cards that are not from your deck has their play cost reduced by 2 dice once.
Oh, it's anything that's not from your deck. Wow, okay. I was not aware, but yeah, it doesn't seem like we can do much because you never know when you can and cannot contest Yoimiya. In this particular case, yeah, trying to push her could have worked, but you never know. If they just play the Arcane and the NSC, now you wasted everything you have and it's not even worth it. We'll probably see them trying to get that Venti Swirl off instead and then putting everyone else in danger because of it.
Yeah, that's true. The main point isn't the Yoimiya, it's the 2 people that came after her. The Yelan and Risley are very, very key attack targets.
Exactly, and we see Yoimiya not getting much ramp on their side. Now they get a Sealy to help them out to find some more stuff, but nothing that really stacks.
Yes, sorry, Sleepy Meditation's effect actually lasts beyond the round.
Yeah, so we get it for this round as well, and we get a free technique for it. We do get to heal and pick a card.
I think you pick NSC here, right?
Yeah, it seems decent. You can get NRE, you do run a lot of food, but my first guess is NSC. We shall see, although all of these are nice, I'm not gonna lie. Sumeru also, like, decently works.
Yeah, it used to be it used to be decent, now it's just okay, because there's so many dice options now. But
Yeah,
still,
exactly,
having one
but
is much appreciated.
yeah, if you have it handed to you, you just have it handed to you, and then we just go for that.
Yeah. Chamberlain still thinking? Let's see what we do after this. Since it is a technique, it will be a combat action, so Yoimiya will get to have a turn after that.
Exactly. Now it's the consideration of how many dice you need for this round and what do you want to do with it. NSC, yeah, exactly, coming down. And now Yoimiya is probably going to go off. I assume a Sealy is going to come down just because, you know, the draw is quite nice. And we've barely gotten any stacks on this Chang, so we got to consider how to go about it.
Yeah, they play the Sealy and then maybe normal attack.
Yeah, normal attack and then our burst is indeed ready, and we shall see how we want to play around that. If our opponent cookie skills, we can also swap off and try to deny the swirl, which, you know.
Possibly, but if you swap off now, there's not enough dice for the Yoi burst.
No, I just mean like you burst, they cookie skill here, you burst, they swap off, and then you swap following it.
Oh, yeah, that. Yep, decides to spy the opponent's deck. Sees nothing of significance, but it is still some copies.
Exactly. Golden Troops reward, though, getting it for free is not bad, especially because Chamberlain does play it in their own deck, so is what it is.
It is what it is.
You don't really mind it awfully that much. Now the question is, how do you want to play this out? What is the best way of going about it?
I guess if you're trying to throw your life away, you could play the 2 Cosmere support that gives you Arcane Legends.
Exactly. Definitely an option.
Don't exactly that. That's not even an option.
Oh my god, Kusawa. It is time.
Kusawa.
I love this card. Okay, so this is what comes down. I assume we're not gonna deviate too much from standard path. We're just going to Yoimiya Burst. And then we're probably just going to pass. More ramp is more ramp. And if our opponent does have Catherine next round to swirl us, then so God be it.
Yep, and that Kusawa is actually quite good here because you do have a lot of cards in hand. And
Kusawa taking down 2 of your 2 costs is not actually that bad for you. Oh, Golden Troop going down in Huta, getting her ready for the following rounds, and then put it down and pass the turn.
Yep, Papaya Tofu Mao pass, and now we see what comes after. The 3 cards that we spy off the top of Papaya's deck.
We know the next one is the Yoimiya talent. And Your Honor, I promise the Chang will get some stacks soon.
Soon.
Very soon.
Soon, TM. Yeah.
Soon,
literally,
TM.
Yeah, literally this round, yes. On the Kusawa, discards the 2 costs as expected.
Yep, getting rid of the 2 costs and giving us some extra dice for this round. We do Technique again. What do we find now? Ooh, Laboratory.
Yeah, lab to go with that Kusawa. Wow.
The Fontaine Research Institute itself coming down, and yeah, I mean, you're going to tune a lot. It's just about the ordering in which you play it, because you do want Kusawa to go first. Now you've put your opponent in a position where dodging the swirls is quite rough, but ooh, okay.
You just elemental skill once, and then you can simply dodge it by letting your opponent swap first, because why not?
Exactly. Seeing it come down and then spending that 1 dice is hopefully a-okay. Yeah, now the payoff for it is quite good. Yeah, now it's time to get off and pick a character. Pick your fighter right now. Is it Risley? Or is it Yelan? Oh yeah, getting those free draws, getting that nice stuff. It is time to go off.
Yep. And we shall see. Went deep using the elemental skill, getting some Storm Zone. Papaya Tofu getting minty mid rolls, draws into NEC due to mouse effect. And now that's gonna be 2 cost elemental normal attacks 3 times.
Exactly, a lot of setup getting that Yelan herself ready, drawing a Mystic Soup, and now we do actually have 10 cards in hand. We're gonna have to get some tuning going. Oh, but Huta is like, not today, buddy. I'm here to ruin your time because my burst is ready to go.
Yeah. Now that Hu is here, there's some threats going on to Yelan's HP. I do not remember if this is lethal or not, though considering that Hu Tao's max HP, probably not.
Yeah, max HP means that you do less damage, but you could always Mystic Soup for that +2 damage effect and just take her out.
Yeah,
It is
mistake for
actually
Fury.
never. Yeah, exactly. But we will see how our opponent responds. I mean, a skill would be nice for a Vaporize, but are you gonna go for it? You already played MMR. You do want those cheap attacks coming in.
Oh. Instead goes for Boar Princess, going to ditch away some cheap artifacts.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to be drawing a lot more, and we are probably trying to go in this round if this is the way we're doing it. If we put 2 Golden Troops on Yelan, if she goes down, we will be getting full value out of our Boar Princess. If not, we can get a Gamblers for free as well. And yeah, we will
That is
see
true.
exactly what the play is. Do remember, we will be getting more cards from Chang. We just want to set that up. And now...
Tune 2 for
Elemental
the skill
skill.
instead.
Indeed.
Yoimiya, coordinated attack, that's a total of 6 HP. And now Hu Tao's at said low HP.
Yeah, now the low HP has come down and the buffs are all gonna stack up, and this might actually just be able to take her down.
Yeah, but
And then it's Risley.
Yeah, but you also have to consider that she still has that Boar Princess buff.
Yeah, but no equipment. Yeah, 1 off. It's barely not enough. We didn't gamble it with Fury.
Yeah.
Yeah, now the extra dice are coming in. We're gonna see another normal attack for another Vaporize. And then our burst is ready. Oh. Ah, we see it getting yoinked back. As we do another NA.
Ah. That's... Yep, and now that's 0 dice, so that's enough for Covenant of Rock to appear and do another normal attack.
And now with another 0 cost artifact top deck, we can definitely just go and get our Yelan burst out as well. Oh my.
Wow, you're right. So after Yori's burst times out, then Yelan's burst comes immediately after. And with Risley around the corner, that is extremely devastating.
Exactly. We have just lowered the damage because we got so many Vaporizes off, and now we're going to be able to freeze what's remaining of their hopes and dreams. Oh no.
Oh no, oh no. We'll have to see how Chamberlain deals with that. This is still game 3, but the arena seems to be heating up.
Yeah, okay, so it's coming down. If we get 2 less dice here for our next attack, we can definitely take this Yelan out. Because that burst is terrifying. It truly is. Risley will possibly be able to do something back, but is it going to be enough?
Well, considering that if you could defeat the Yelan here, then there's no Yelan burst, and Joy's burst will time out. Because
yeah, but remember the Covenant, remember the Boar. Risley definitely has at least 1 more attack in him. If not more, there's a second Boar and some Gamblers coming down, so you could actually see 2 attacks coming from Risley, along with the NSC. I think you can actually get 2 melts off.
I kinda doubt that, but that could certainly happen in some cases.
I mean, looking at... we're just thinking about it deeply. What do we get here? Oh, it was on Venti anyway. It doesn't actually matter. But yeah, look at the dice generation on the opposite side. Let's say that Yelan does go down. You play Covenant, you play 2 artifacts, you get 3 dice.
Oh, right.
Yeah, you can get a lot.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Yep, that's enough for Yelan to get burst easily.
Yeah, it's not even a competition anymore. It's just that free. And another Vaporize for her, and Freeze is coming on the next round. Now, Freeze is a little worse when all the opposing units are low, but honestly, if you can kill the opposing sign, that works too. Yep, setting up Risley early on, and now we just got a tune 2. And it is time to go.
Yep,
One Gamblers,
Dreams,
one Mao.
Gambler,
Yep.
Mao. And here goes Yelan's Burst.
With a 3 damage. Yep, a big change that
Yep.
people are still not used to, but it used to be 1, now it's 3 damage. Pyro getting for the rest of your units. No, we go Risley anyway.
Yeah, go Risley.
That is fair and valid indeed.
Yep, because you want to go out with Risley carry right now because he kind of has all those dice discounts and all those healings, so he's kind of here to stay. And after all that is done, then you can simply bring Yoimi out to finish. Like, I guess there's no correct way to go about it, but this way is fine.
Yeah, I think both decisions were correct. Going to Yoimiya gives you that 1 stack of Risley Golden Troop headed, but this is completely acceptable in my personal opinion. You can just head from here, and your opponent is so low, and they are going to try to turtle up and defend themselves, but it might not even matter.
Yep, here comes the Gamblers. The War Princess played in advance, and Venti is down, so that's another 2 dice to Risley.
Another 2 dice, an NSC in hand, a Mao to support it, a heavy strike if need be to do some unexpected damage. This is looking real rough.
Like, the unexpected damage could actually just go right now. Like, if Chamberlain stays on Cookie, then you can heavy strike, and the extra damage will go to Hu Tao.
Yeah, exactly. You just get to 1-tap the Cookie with Risley and then get Hu Tao Hydro attached onto her. At which point, yeah, there are so many ways to freeze that this is just looking really rough. Now, do remember, there is no follow-up here because we skilled instead of normal attacking.
Yep,
So
Yelan's coordinated attack only follows up on normal, but Yoimiya
Exactly.
follows up on everything.
Yeah, Yoimiya will do everything she can. But Risley
Whoa.
does get swapped off here, and now the question is of how you want to go about it. What is the best play here?
Yeah. Honestly, I'm not sure if Chamberlain swapping to Cookie is a good idea either. But I guess that Emino's skill does make it worth it, maybe?
Yeah, going to Cookie and then heading off to Hu Tao. But the thing is, you already spent your 1 Grass of Ring usage for this round. I believe you don't get another one, right?
It refreshes.
Or does it reset? It does reset. So yeah, getting that extra is then probably worth it. Because now it's a positioning game. You have freeze, but I have overload. And are you just gonna sit on Yoimiya? I mean, you could, but that camp sure is looking nice, and you're about to lose out on it.
Yeah,
Not to mention the fact that you do multiple instances of damage is actually so good for Hu Tao to get her burst up.
So the thing about it is that Papaya Tofu's Gambler is still on Risley.
Yeah, it's just off, and Yoimiya can take it down here, but at what cost? At what cost, indeed.
And there comes the heavy strike, so that's gonna be 5 damage.
Exact lethal.
That's another coordinated attack to Hu Tao, and then the follow-up Hydro damage. So Hu Tao's down at 2.
Oh my, yeah, that's a lot of damage you didn't want to just spend on Cookie, so the heavy strike definitely pays itself off. And now the NSC and Risley and everything coming in, the dice reduction, plus freeze, plus everything you have to deal with. I mean, I'm pretty sure you have to Hu Tao burst here and just try to survive as much as you can, but question is, can you?
I think instead you Mystic Soup and normal attack.
That's fair.
Wait,
that's
no,
valid.
wait, no,
will get
that's not
frozen.
enough. Yeah, that is not enough.
We will Mystic Soup anyway.
Yeah, Mao Mystic Soup gets some effect. It heals 2.
Healing for 2 is kind of what we want. Unfortunately, Kusava does lose its stack here because we did it, but dice are not of main concern. We're gonna get frozen anyway. Getting up to 7 and telling Risley, yeah, buddy, fight this one. Yeah, so you might not be seeing it, but do take our word for it. Yeah, Risley goes once, takes damage to himself, follow-up attack. Is there any way you can heal yourself?
4 for both. Huh.
Yeah, oh, it is. Right, because he's low enough to do it, I'm pretty sure.
Right,
It doesn't even matter. Look at the dice.
Yeah. I forgot every single mode of Risley just gives him +1 damage.
He always gets that extra. And the healing, but it's not even relevant because Hu Tao will go down once again to the combo deck. Ah, looking rough. The matchups are just not exactly what you want. But yeah, congratulations to Papaya Tofu playing that with as many dice, as much damage as humanly possible, just to try to finish off his opponent, who he knows will try to heal up a bunch and turtle up a bunch and just try to survive it so he can dish out the devastating Hu Tao blows. But it just wasn't in the cards, and now Papaya has to win with that Yunjin deck against either a Pep or against Hu Tao.
Yeah. I mean, it shouldn't be that hard to do, like, because Papaya has won with 2 combo decks against Hu Tao already. Who's to say that one cannot just simply do the same thing all over again?
Exactly. This one might be a little bit more reliant on getting that Jade Spear and those talents with a little bit less ways to tutor them, but still. Yeah, the Hu Tao does not seem to be handling the combo decks very well, and your opponent just decided that it's combo city all the way down.
Right. And that single-minded ideology on combo decks normally should be fatal, but in a situation like this, it has somehow turned to be an advantage.
I mean, you gotta think about it, like, aggro is not that popular outside of Kachina, and you do get that one ban, so it does actually come down to banning your opponent's Kachina and then just going in and comboing as hard as you can. Now, let's see what is the play here, because we know Papaya will choose Yunjin, but will Chamberlain try to push Hu Tao through? Or will they say, okay, it's time for my Pep to go off? And moment of truth?
Appears to be Hu Tao again.
It is time for Hu Tao. Okay, so yeah, Chamberlain's accepting that this Hu Tao is either going to win or die trying. There is no in between. It is time for her to prove herself.
Yep, and that is certainly unfortunate, because if Hu Tao goes down here, we will not be seeing that Pep ever again.
Yeah, that is quite the shame, but honestly, I understand the pick of Hu Tao. I understand wanting to get that deck through and then figuring out what you're gonna do from there.
Yeah, because Pep is even worse into the matchup than Hu Tao is, so realistically, you want to play the deck with more win rates so that you can get to that coveted 3-2.
Exactly, you can say so close, but almost had it. Unfortunately, yeah, Hu Tao is still not having a great matchup into this. I mean, your opponent's lineup is just rough.
Yep. Yunjin with that Primordial Jade Spear, she can completely eviscerate Hu Tao and doesn't actually do that much hits, so the rightful reward doesn't generate as fast as when it's like Risley or something.
Yeah, exactly. No follow-up means that you're just taking these big chunks of damage and you have way less HP to work with and way less rightful stacks. But will that persuade us? Because remember, we do have the Melusines on our side, and Melusines would not let us down now, would they? What do you mean? What do you mean?
Ask Kevin on that.
What do you mean? No, they would never let us down. No, they would not. I don't believe it. They're here to help and to stay, and they might have 10 damage on like half of their attacks, but we have friendship. Isn't that right? Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Medicine support.
Yeah. Oh, we do miss the exact cards that got dropped, but we will get to see the exact dice that come down.
Yep. Chamberlain got 4 Electro and decides to reroll them and got 1 Electro 3 Omni instead. So it might be that Chamberlain's deciding to full ramp again and starts with Strategize, Dunya Sword into Serene. Dunya Sword going to Tutor for Liben. Chamberlain places down the Golden Troops reward, plays Rightful Reward, plays Liben and Pass.
Oh my god, so some extra cards, 1 from Serene, 2 from Liben following around, and then your opponent is probably going to very much mirror you with these countdowns and strategizes and the amount of stuff they can draw, because they also really don't want to spend their dice on the Seahorse.
Yeah. Well, they kind of do. It's just that they're just doing it just enough so that they can get their spear out.
Exactly, but unfortunately no more ramp. Huh. A bit of a shame, but probably workable. We are in the same position where we have 4 dice and only one Rana for ourselves. So we do have to find a way to spend these extra dice. It might be woven into a skill into Vana once again, or we might see something else this time.
Either way, we play Vana.
Of course, but the question is, do we want to attack? Do we want to get this cookie? She will do damage to herself regardless, so it's a question indeed. There are not many summons that the Seahorse needs to deal with in this matchup, and your opponent did already set up, so you're kind of fine either way.
Yep, Seahorse going to probably pass, because I do not think you want to reveal the Woven. Yeah, just pass.
Yeah, you're just gonna keep it. Oh, I thought it was another Vanarana off the top. I was about to be so sad. But yeah, it was there anyway. Okay, well, whatever. It's fine. We got Yunjin talent. That's the more important part.
Right. With Yunjin talent, now you can get even more damage when your hand is low.
Exactly. Now, your hand is currently completely massive, but it's besides the point. Unfortunately, no spear for you means it's going to be a bit rough, especially when your opponent is setting up an entire crew of Melusines ready to take you down.
Yeah. Though, I'll be honest, Melusines outside of the Feminine deck is kind of underwhelming, because there's no Mega Magic Sword, so their ability to spam out cards that are not from your deck isn't. It doesn't build to anything, it just gives randomness into the playstyle.
Okay, but friendship. Like, does friendship need to give you +3 damage to help us out? Is that truly what friendship comes down to? And we eat the food. Cookie is getting some extra HP ready. She does not have the veterans artifact though, so it's not as helpful as it usually would be. But now we get signs of Canopy going. Ooh, that rhythm coming just a little too late, but to each their own. A lot of healing coming down. Look at the Huta stack setting up. Oh my god, +0 for another stack anyway. Let's go. And then we skill, and we get another one. Yep. Oh, my 2 energy already.
That is Puff Hops, which gives you dice gives you healing when you draw cards outside from your deck, which combos really, really well when played with those kind of cards that create cards out of nowhere.
Exactly. Taking it all down. Now the question is, do you immediately go Yunjin and accept that you're going to take the Electro on you, or do you need something else entirely to be done? We shall see in a second.
You never go Yunjin anyway. You really want to just stay on Seahorse and then just weather it out until you get the spear and the talent ready. And after that, You can go Yunjin and go wild. Basically, you wait for your opponent to end the round.
That is fair, but we're also going to give them a big swirl if we do stay on Seahorse, so we might see some maneuvering anyway.
Yeah, just maneuver to Lavacher or something. He still has that +1 damage. It's something that most people ignore, but Lavacher does actually hit like a truck sometimes.
Exactly, and we're about to see him go completely bonkers immediately. And see, like, yeah. I mean, maybe he will just tank one because of the 3 extra shields he's got, but... Oh, we answer with a technique. Or we just want to get one to get more healing
More
headed towards
pop-ups,
ourselves.
maybe.
Exactly.
Yeah. And Cookie gets that +1 HP. So there were stacks going to Rightful.
Exactly. The Kuka sword added to her hand, and more stacks onto Rightful. Now, yeah, unfortunately, the Rightful only counts the unit that is active, so swapping here and healing Cookie is just not gonna give us more stack, which is a shame, but is the way the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Aye. There's something really funny that could happen here is that you could use the Sleepy Meditations effect to like first play Day of Resistance and then get the new Arcane Legend to like handle the Yunjin better. Maybe.
Exactly, and yeah, we see the swap stalling. He doesn't even attack, he just goes back, which is fair.
Yep.
Yeah, denying the
tank
swirl.
one.
Exactly, denying the swirl, getting it set up, and now we just take our time. We have a second Vana here, so we can skill into 2 Vanas and keep a lot of dice just free to ourselves.
Nope. Maybe not. I mean, I guess I do not see anything else, so...
As far as it goes, yeah, we get rid of a card. Yeah, oh, we lost Vanessa, though.
Yeah, maybe tuning Vanessa isn't a great idea. Regardless, you get Rhythm out and keeps the Rhythm. You're not... Apparently, Papaya's not gonna play the Gamblers just yet. Does not want to commit. That Rhythm effect is gonna last for until the next card is played, so that is some nice way to store some cards.
Yeah, exactly. Infinite time, and it lets us not overdraw. And as you can see, yeah, I mean, getting rid of Vanessa is unfortunate, but because Sequence gives you an extra card. Oof! Still, no Jade Spear though, but we did get Sing, which will dig us 3 cards deeper into our deck.
Yeah. Right, and Serene's final usage leaves behind one last Medicine support. Fortunately for us, there's another Serene in hand.
Yep, there's always enough Serenes to play more. We shall see. We're probably getting rid of cards here, yeah. We can't play MMR if we're going to play Sing this round. And we do really want to see that. Oh no, only every artifact in the universe, but no Jade Spear. This is looking quite rough.
Yeah, Papaya's having a lot of artifacts in hand. Normally that would be good because now you can ditch everything with Boar Princess, but without the spear, that's kinda moot, isn't it?
Yeah, just having so many extra dice would be so good if only it wasn't for the fact that your damage is way lower than it could/should be. Oh, this is looking rough. Now, on the positive side, if your opponent takes down Seahorse here, it's not the end of the world. On the more positive side, if your opponent wins here, you have another game to find your Jade Spear sooner.
That's fair. That's fair. There are still some amount of cards in Papaya Toast, so maybe we might not see it after all.
It is looking a bit rough. We have ran through a lot of our deck, but the first Huta burst is coming down. She has gained so much, but it is so close to killing, yet she is way too healthy to take him out.
Right, let's see what Papaya is doing here, because time is about to run out for that Seahorse.
Yeah, and you do have 10 cards, meaning that you have to get rid of them somehow. The only question is how. You're probably gonna play one of these GTs, but then if your Seahorse dies before the turn ends, you're gonna lose value on them anyway. It's a little rough.
There's the... Yep, you simply switch to Lava Show and forget everything ever happened.
Yeah, you just gotta move forward and try to dish some damage out here and then get rid of some cards and then you can work it out. But in response, they onto Venti with getting 2 new arcane cards.
Oh!
Wait.
Don't...
It gives it to both players, but your opponent's hand is full.
Oh!
No.
Wow.
That is mean.
And the two arcade cards we got are the Celebration and the Sacred Flame.
Exactly. The Sumeru and Atlan arcanes respectively, either giving us the ability to cleanse this Electro off of all our characters by overloading ourselves onto Cookie, or giving us an ability to fight in the Colosseum itself and see how that goes.
Considering the size of the damage from opposing decks, I do not believe we'll be doing Colosseum. But that festive celebration is sure looking really, really fun.
Yeah, we're gonna clear some crystallizes off ourselves, although we already take one, which is a little bit rough, but it's fine. Yunjin accepting that they kind of have to go at this point. But we're gonna send back another Puffs to Cookie and trying to get some extra cards. Yep. Getting some extra healing going, getting some procs off of Maidens, getting more procs off of Puffs, getting more procs off of Maidens. Oh my god.
That heals the Venti instead. Wow.
Oh, it swapped off. Yeah, I guess...
He's more damaged.
He needed it. Yeah. I guess, have you read his lore? He needs it more. It's rough out there. But that's a-okay.
Yep.
That's from this spot.
Now we see that the cookie is about to run out. Do you refresh it now or refresh it later?
And if you do refresh it later, what are you going to do this round? Oh, we're going to see more cards coming down. We're probably going to have to just tune for hand size in most cases, because remember, Serene will give us another card, so we do need actually enough space to accept all these cards because we don't want to be burning them.
Yep. But what do we burn? We can only burn 2, so we will need to play 1 to accept the Serene still and not overdraw.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, treasure is there, and there isn't that much you're looking for exactly anymore. You do have your setup, unless you're that keen on the TOTM coming down on Huta, which, don't get me wrong, is nice, but treasures could also prove very useful over time.
Yep. On the other hand, the weapons created by Serene, there's the Moon Piercer, which, if it gets played, I'm pretty sure Papaya will not see it coming. But on the other hand, Moon Piercer doesn't really go that well with Hu Tao.
Wait, can't you play Allergy here? Yeah.
What?
Wait, your Venti's set up and ready.
What?
Like, you can just Allergy this, no? Let's go.
That's insane.
It's beautiful. It gives you 1 dice off of Signs of Canopy as well. It's about to go insane, and this Yunjin does not have the setup she needs to take him out beforehand. So what is the actual play here? I assume you're going to go back Seahorse. Your opponent passed round. You can kind of ramp a little bit harder.
Yeah, but if you go to Seahorse, you still don't get the draw, and you might overdraw the spear.
10 cards in hand. You can get rid of the GT very comfortably. You can play 1 Rhythm, but then what do you do with the last one? You could tune something random.
I guess you can just play 2 GTs on the 2 characters and play Rhythm. And wait, isn't Rhythm already active?
Yeah, but if you were to play the big GT, you would be able to get it. Okay,
it's
never
fine.
mind.
Just,
We
yeah,
burst.
just burst and
Oh,
play the talent.
wait,
And
We're gonna
now,
stop the elegy? Is that the idea? Oh my god, we have a lot of extra dice here. We could actually try to stop the elegy from proccing.
yeah, possibly. That is six. That is six dice total. But the normal attacks will only do 3 each, so you cannot stop the energy, no matter what.
Oh, never mind. We will just tank it back. Yeah, I mean, we need to get rid of cards, and we need to find a way to do it. But also for Yunjin talent, we want to have as little cards as possible. So we're just kind of waiting until next round. And I'm not going to be surprised if we see the coveted move of throwing away good dice so you can tune as much as possible.
Yeah. That is gonna be probably the strat for the next round. If you can roll that much bad dice, you might be set for life.
Oh my
Just
god, there are both
double
of them.
J-Spear. Here it comes.
Oh, there they are, finally. I was wondering if they were actually just on the bottom.
Yeah, just in time at that. Like, Yunjin is about to pop off and it just came by.
Yeah,
Now, the good thing about this is that you kinda do have to equip the Jade Spear first, so that's 3 dice out, which means Papaya Tofu only has like 9 dice to play with.
Yeah, it's a little rough, but yeah, the rhythm will lower it, so that's something. And you do have those GTs set up, so that is also extra dice in. You do want to get rid of as many cards as humanly possible, just to help yourself. But also remember, the elegy is coming down, and Venti is about to burst here, getting a nice swirl.
Yep.
No, the Sacred Flame gone
Tunes
with
away
the
the
wind.
Sacred Flame and the Moon Piercer for the elemental skill.
Ooh, for the skill, not the burst. Interesting, interesting.
I guess the energy wasn't that appealing after all.
Well, it's +1 damage if you really think about it. Venti now does 3 burst skill, so it's more worth it. We can sit on him for longer. Yep.
Maybe.
And for what it's worth, his skill is very low cost. It already pays itself back basically anyway. So getting +1 damage on it is quite nice. We might see the burst come down now anyway.
Oh, that's. I don't think that's the Melusine you want right now, but
yeah, that's not helpful. But for the following 3 rounds, we are going to get some nifty cards. Oh, Venti does not burst at all, huh? It's just Huto trying to threaten this lava troll before he can do anything, but his hide is already off, so it's looking a little rough.
Yeah.
He attacks regardless. We don't try to do any maneuvering to get onto Yunjin and give her the spear.
Even if we give her the spear now, then she has 3 left. Oh, we go to Cookie instead.
Our opponent seems to be stalling us out. But
who's stalling who out? I guess Chamberlain's trying to stall out Papaya so that there's not that much dice for Yunjin to play around.
Yeah, that seems to be the play we're going around with. And yeah, Papaya is attacking, so their dice will deplete way faster.
Yep, because Papaya's kinda behind when it comes to this combo business.
Yeah, looking a little rough. I mean, you can set up for next round, but yeah, this Huto attack doesn't take forever to figure it out. The Huto attack is maybe a little bit slower, but not that much. Now, you did just spend the big golden troop on the lava troll, so your skill actually was not worth that much. It was basically a stall anyway. Are we going to see them actually go into Yunjin now?
Doubt. I like their. I guess Papaya could go to Yunjin, but there's actually a hidden threat that Papaya doesn't know about. It's the Kukusaur.
Oh, right, the Kukusaur. You're not aware of it, but it could pop up in at any time.
Yep.
Ooh.
Like, Papaya's probably just playing around any quick swap in general, but that card in specific is going to be terrifying.
Yeah, once you see that, it's going to be rough. And realistically, if you go into Yunjin here, it doesn't even have to be a fast swap. Just Cookie's skill into swap does stop your prepare skill. dead in its tracks. We might see one more round of trying to ramp up, but now we get our treasures going, and now it's interesting.
Yeah. Speaking of Kukusor, I do not remember clearly what it does actually, but I do believe it has some sort of effect about quick swap and character swap reduction.
I believe, yeah, it
cost.
picks a character for yourself. The swap then counts as a fast action and costs you 1 less dice.
Yep.
In some particular order, but I will not lie to the audience and pretend that I know exactly what and how the conditions to proc it are.
Yeah,
now,
yep, it is literally only that. If your opponent has the mark made by the Kukusor, then your swap becomes a fast action, and that's about it.
yeah.
Wait, that swap, right? Because Hu Tao only does so much, and she's already saturated, so that Yunjin cannot be defeated.
Yeah, still a bit spooky, but is a way to go here. The Yunjin, you can see, has 1 less cost on her skill because of the golden troop attached to her. You also have Boar for +2 dice, but unfortunately, because you have so many cards in hand, it might just not be enough unless you're running on tuning everything and doing a skill NA, which is an option depending on what your opponent decides to do.
And either way, Papaya still doesn't have Jade Spear, so that Yunjin's much less of a threat than you would think. Because the extra 3 dice to equip is going to cost them much of their actions this round.
Oh, and the clear's coming in with an overload headed straight back to Cookie and then onto Venti.
Ooh, onto Venti now, of all times.
Now it's time for the burst. I've been waiting forever. It is time for Elegy to show its worth. Or we're just gonna equip TOTM to Huta. It's 50-50, you know, it could be either, you know.
Yeah,
Could be
it
anything.
could be. Yep. Like, I guess the sacrificial idea isn't like that bad. Like, sacrifice the Venti and then Hu Tao just comes in swinging the next round.
But my Jade Spear, or not Jade Spear, my Elegy at the end.
Yeah, I do not think that Venti will be having the chance for that unless the burst comes out literally next turn.
I mean, it could if he lives this. Does he even live this? He lives this because of the auras, I'm pretty sure. She will do 5 to him and the summon will do 1. He'll live on 1. My math could be off. But we're seeing a golden troop for 1 extra dice. We're seeing, Gambler or Gladiators for another one. A second boar coming in. Oh, she's ready to go. Don't count her out just yet.
Now, revealing all of their dice in their hand, they are basically playing with open hand right now. And,
yeah, I mean, we were kind of waiting for it.
Yeah, with 0 cards in hand, then Yunjin's talent makes her all her attacks deal plus makes some of her attacks deal +2 damage.
Exactly, and you can see the 2 cost, 1 cost NAs with 5 dice ready and a gambler is in there. Oh, she's about to go pretty hard on the opposing lineup. Wait, the immediate gamblers?
Immediately gamblers.
Is she going to kill him in 1 hit? There's no way.
Nope, it does not appear so.
Yeah, so...
Venti lifts a hit and takes a treasure for good measure.
Does it come down to having no cards in hand because of the talent? I see. Well, now Venti can do what he was designed to do and use his burst here. I believe. I don't believe. I'm lying. I've given up on it. Yeah, it's not happening.
Yep. Instead, we switch to Hu Tao. Apparently, she feels safe enough to come out now. Though
I mean, she has that burst,
plenty
yeah.
of dice.
Oh, but we are more scared than they are. And TOTM with pass, oof.
Oh,
rough spot.
That's rough. Yep, and here comes a Seahorse, dealing +2 from the Flying Cloud and the Talent. Draws a woven. Ooh! Chamberlain
Oh
obtains Fontaine Resonance. That
my
is a lot of
god.
stacks
That is,
for a
yeah,
rightful
that's gonna be a
reward.
burst into stacks and to burst into getting extra. Holy,
Moly
it's
moly.
time.
The Melusine friends make it out again. Well, Hu Tao's not out of hot water just yet because that Yunjin's still sitting in the background. Regardless, it's looking mighty bright for our lovely Melusines.
Yeah, friendship wins, yippee! Oh, look at the shield, look at
Uh,
everything, an extra die, you're about to heal up as well. Oi, oi, oi. If you skill here, you set up damage for yourself, and then they have to sit on Seahorse, and you're so happy about that.
Yep, that seahorse is at 1 HP. So even a normal attack will destroy them.
Exactly, but again, with a skill, you can set up so much. Instead, you swap, which also works in a similar fashion because, yeah, you can definitely just threaten fast swaps, threaten anything, and everything is terrifying for your opponent.
Yep. On the other hand, if you run out of actions, that Yunjin is still mighty terrifying.
Exactly, exactly. So you gotta play it slow, you gotta play it methodical, and you gotta see exactly how to do it. I mean, oh, it's immediately coming down. The healing all across, we have forgotten about the stacks, but we do not care. We just want
Yep.
everyone to be happy and healthy right now.
Ah. And now with the switch to 20, I do not know what we're going for here. Is this a... this is still a burst angle, but I am expecting elemental skill.
The burst angle is never coming. Allergy is never proccing. This is tragic by all means.
Yeah. Honestly, the elegy angle is probably fine because the +1 damage actually does edge Hu Tao closer to that Yunjin breakpoint.
Exactly, exactly. So it does set us up quite nicely. But our opponent now does have more dice than we do, and
Yep.
they are not to be underestimated.
Yeah, they also have when it's a countdown, which they immediately tuned away the countdown. I do not believe that is wise, considering the state of their dice.
It seems like we're just going to be normal attacking until the sun goes down, but we do have a very cheap skill here granted to us by our own GT being set up. Now the question is, what do? We could NA, we could get rid of more cards from our hand and just go all in. No, we're just gonna play it slow. Oh, the skill coming down for some easy swaps.
Yeah, that's when they skill. So now you have some 2 free swaps, and you could maybe go all the way to Hu Tao for the elemental burst again. That is
Oh, we
still
tuned the
on the table.
Vanessa. We tuned the
Yep.
Vanessa, we get rid of cards in hand. We're ready. Yunjin
Ju-
can burst again.
Tune everything, and now your normal attacks are doing mighty fine. Yep, this is a switch to Cookie to absorb the damage from the Yunjin's strikes.
Yeah, Yunjin's gonna do a lot here. Resetting her burst is quite good, but then it's gonna be up to the Lava Troll. If you do actually kill here, because Huta could actually just strike you back in revenge and take you out. And a first doing a lot, getting an extra die.
And healing again for getting that rightful reward is already that max capacity with all that energy.
Yeah, setting up just to see if we get a nice dice, probably.
Yes, back to Yunjin.
Back to it. The Liyue spears up against each other, and now, what is the response? Are you ready to strike this Hutao, even though it probably gets you striking back? Or are we just gonna go to Lava Troll?
Either way, Chamberlain would probably like the Mystic Soul Fury.
Yeah. Either way, this Hu Tao is probably just gonna go absolutely crazy with the nuke.
Up, there's a
Oh.
prepare skill. Yunjin is protecting herself from any possible shenanigans.
Exactly. You don't know how much damage your opponent can do, because honestly, even though it's open deck lists, when you're up against this deck, you have no idea what they actually have going on. And there's the Mystic Soup. Oh, is it the plus damage?
That's instant. The instant
Oh.
choose. It is unfortunately the dice discount.
It's the dice discount instead, but honestly, not that bad. You're about to get hit, so you can do another extra action here anyway.
Oh,
Yeah, you get hit, you can heal, you know your opponent has no extra dice, and the burst is about to come down for even more damage because you did do it, and that is
Ooh.
lethal.
That is lethal, my friend.
That is going to be a lot.
Aye. Tatankasaur!
Oh my god, it is time. They are just waiting for Varessa to get added into the game. They're just happy to see it.
Yep, that Tatanka is sure is doing stuff. The new card of the patch is making a cameo appearance at the match 4 of this of the first set of today.
Exactly. And now, I know it's much to ask for, but I would like to see that Venti Burst come down. It's not happening, man.
It's just a normal attack. And Hu Tao finally clinches a win.
Hey! So Hu Tao taking it out against Yun Jin. It is time. We have proven that one of the spears just did a lot better than the other. But now, it's time for Yun Jin and her little band of friends to fight up against an ancient dragon from Sumeru. Which one do we believe in?
And similarly ancient Kitsune from Inazuma.
Right, that as well, so...
Absolutely do not tell her I say that. I'm afraid my life would be in danger.
Everybody be cool. Everybody be chill. We're just sharing this with you. Oh my god. But yeah, quite the setup both sides. We're going to see some Yunjin setup versus some of Pep setup. It's gonna be really fun if both of them can go off and we can see them fight each other at the end of it.
Yep, it is 2-2, and this final game will decide who gets to stay and who gets to go home.
Oh my god, you better believe in your third deck right now because it's all coming down to it. There is no time to waver, there's no time to worry about it, there is only time to play your best and see what happens.
Yep. ShiningSoul, are you watching? This is True TCG!
Oh my god, it is time. But in the meantime, because we know what we're gonna get, can we see a quick little peek at the deck because we have not seen what a Pep does yet.
Yep. Right. And we see here one copy of Serpent talent and 2 copies of a Pep talent. There's Conductor's Top Hat, 2 copies, and 2 copies of Maidens.
Yeah, exactly, and a lot of low-cost cards. The only card you really don't want the Conductor to discard is probably the Sing, because yeah, getting your countdown discarded, a lot of people forget, does actually lower the cost of it.
Trust me, the card you do not want to be discarded more is the Apep talent.
Okay, I mean definitely yes, but you're probably gonna play that before it gets to that point. I would hope so. But yeah, once you get it out, it is quite nice. Discard engine going in. Maidens here as well. For some extra healing, I mean, you do have that Hot Springs, you do have Puffs. You can actually get a lot out of it, I'm not gonna lie.
Right, so what's the game plan of this deck again, if we must refresh?
I believe the way you would go about it is getting that Serpent to give you some of those Bone Crunchers, and then working off of that, plus the Stall E type of nature of it.
and you can see a lot of healing with maidens and puffs and everything else. Just trying to wait out for this pep to go, and then once he does have that quicken reaction going for him. So we're gonna see who can set this up faster, because realistically both decks are not gonna try to stop each other. We see it post mulligan, 2 Vanessas and a countdown on one side, and on the following side we will see in just a second, but let's see the dice first.
Yep. Chamberlain starting with Pep, and Most Nothing has 0 usable. Decides to play countdown to replace all of them with the Omni Element.
Exactly. 0 usable? What do you mean? I see only usable. Oh, now if we play our stove, we get that free pep talent as soon as possible, and that does buff all of our kindreds to 2 damage instead of 1.
Yep, and it's going to be played immediately for the children to get started.
Exactly. The daycare is about to open. Everybody be ready.
Right. Pep's talent basically makes all of her babies do additional damage all the time.
Exactly, and I believe it shuffles in a couple more into the deck, no?
Yeah, when played, it shuffles like 4 more into the deck.
Here's the Bone Cruncher of the talent, yep. Both of these talents are just quite nice.
Plays the Pep talent, puts in 4, and now ditches one of the babies. When a baby is ditched, they go to the summon zone and become a 1-usage summon.
Exactly, and all of that into some full-on ramp. Puffs immediately.
Yep.
Just to get that set up, getting some dice back.
And draws 2 Mystic Soup. Wow.
Oh, another Bone Cruncher.
Oops. Unfortunately, that's going to heal for 0 and loses a stack.
Quite the shame, but we are probably going to swap to another unit here, no? Realistically, even though Seahorse is not a big threat, taking that extra damage on a pep. I mean, you do have healing ready, so I guess you will heal all of it off no matter what.
Yeah, I think it's fine to stay on the pep for this round at least. But for next round, you have to figure out how to get your Yai doubles and then maybe find some more babies from the deck and all of that good stuff.
Exactly. We just pass with floating 1 die, and now our opponent has to think about it. What exactly do they want to do? Once again, we see 1 Vanarana and 1 countdown ready. Now you could quite comfortably count down into Vana into do a skill, and that is probably a-okay, but if you can get that 8th ramp, that would be quite nice.
Indeed. We'll have to see what countdown draws after it is played.
They might be thinking about Vanessaing first, but I don't believe you necessarily have to. I think it's okay to just pop the countdown.
If you Vanessa here, you might run into a situation where you have only 2 usable per each element, so you cannot count down.
Exactly.
Yep. And that's why they decided against it, and draws into the spear immediately. A far cry from their earlier games.
My god, we have seen the spear get opened. It is time to pop off. It is time to go. I am so happy to see it.
Yep. And here,
we're
here
gonna
comes
do it
down
now.
the Vanessa. Tries to
some
draw
more
2
draw.
again. Doesn't seem to be anything useful. Might have been fishing for a Liben.
Yeah, could have been, but honestly, Spear plus Vana is a fine way of going about it. Yep, the Jade Spear comes down, the Vanarana comes down, and we are ready for next round.
Right. And a Pep Baby deals 2 damage. Unfortunately, due to being a summon, the Seahorse does not reduce its barrier usages from summon damage once per round.
Exactly. He's built to deal with all those summons and have as easy of a time as he possibly can.
Yep. Now, Chamberlain rolls exactly 1, 2, 2, 3 usable.
My god, 3 usable, but 1 of each character is rough.
Yup, that is extremely rough, especially since he no longer has countdown to deal with it. Right, and that is... What is that?
That is triplets of all of them, I guess. So now, yeah, if you had your own spears to equip, you would like it. But yeah, we see Bone Cruncher discarding the Kindreds once again, giving a Pep some extra needed time. But what do you do from here? Your dice are just not helping you out at all.
Yep, another Mystic Soup. I guess that Mystic Soup was Fury for some reason.
Huh?
And there's the Mystic Soup for defense on Yae.
Yeah, we're probably gonna end around there. We would really want a skill, but we lose a kindred for it. Oh, we're gonna go for it anyway.
Yep.
Oh, top decking another one.
No, Pep's elemental skill always draws you one of the kindreds.
Oh, right. You're right.
Yep. It's
So we switch a child for a child. True.
Yep, and there's 10 children total, so you don't really mind losing one or two.
Yeah, we don't really need all of them. Like, you know, we don't have favorites, but some are more important than others. I agree.
I believe we might need to call Child Protection Services.
What? It's fine. We have enough. They're never gonna notice. Oh, perfect.
Yep, we added 4 more through adoption just last round. It's fine.
Exactly, yeah, we've matched our quota. There is no issues here.
There's no issues here as long as we ditch exactly 4 babies back. The world is in balance once again.
Exactly. Who will notice? Who will know? But in the meantime, we do get that quicken setup and going. So yeah, undodgeable at this spot, and will give us some extra damage coming down.
Yep. And meanwhile, Papaya's Yunjin immediately going for Minty Meat rolls. Right here, right now.
Ooh, she is ready.
Yep. Tune 2 for the possible coming of the elemental skill. Going to play all of those to get their hand down to 1. And
yeah,
now...
less than 2 cards means we're going in. Ladies and gentlemen, this Yunjin is not messing about.
Yep. It is now burst time, and Yae is down. Unable to get that double elemental skill that she always wanted in all her matches. Here comes another attack, and another.
And that will be lethal, proccing gamblers once again. Oh my god, it is time.
Yup. And right here, do you go for another elemental burst? Or do you just normal attack again?
You do have Vana to catch your dice, so your options are very vast. Yep. You do definitely want to swap back and deal with it. If you burst, you could NA on Seahorse as well, but that's so much worse.
You could burst on everyone else, including the Lava Show. Lava Show for game would be extremely funny.
Exactly, but yeah, whichever way you spin it, this is a lot of damage coming down, and a Pep might just not be ready for it. Not enough children were tossed into the battlefield for her to get strong.
Yep, had to tune all of them, sacrifice all of them in a non-productive way, and is unable to make up for that in the dice luck department.
Is this just lethal? This is just lethal, no?
Yep,
this is just a clean sweep.
It is clean sweeping. The Seahorse has enough damage, 2 damage plus 2 from the... Nope! Never mind, no talent.
We lied. The audience lied. We lied to the audience, we lied to ourselves, we lied to everyone. I would say we're sorry, but we were already tossing children down the drain, so you know. How much worse can we get? You know?
No. Don't forget to twist it. We're just doing what is needed for the deck to function.
Exactly, it's not our fault, it's the decks. Your Honor, it's not me, it's the Ancient Dragon who told me to do it.
Yep.
I'm sure that holds up in court all the time.
Yeah.
But healing coming down and a Pep giving us another Kindred, but not evolved yet, not ready to go, and oh, the Lava Troll with all of his shields ready.
Yep,
Bonk.
and the +1 damage.
Oh my god. +1 damage for lethal. The coveted Yunjin sweep, clearing them all out. Oh my god.
And Papaya Tofu takes this set.
Holy. Well, yeah, that's what happens when she gets her spear and dies going. You can see how quickly it gets out of hand. Pep just stood no chance to set up.
Yep, that is the most terrifying Yunjin combo that you could ever see in the Wild West, especially in competitive settings like this, seeing that massive combination of luck and skill come out and you're just sitting there like, is there a way for me to go back and change my lineup?
Can I please? Well, I would love to have anyone else but this to deal with it. Oh my god, but yeah, that's rough. In a tournament setting and conquest format, once Yunjin, because Yunjin has fought every single one of these decks, so eventually she was going to sweep them around too. Like, it's 3 games, you're not that unlikely to just find one round where you go completely insane and just clear it all out, so it is what it is, but yeah, not much you can do on that. But an extremely close game of 3-2 goes to Papaya, and unfortunately, Chamberlain is leaving the tournament, but not without some nice goodies for themselves as well. But that is not the end for us, of course, because what do we have going on, Summation?
Yep, for our next set on tonight, we'll have Ollie Crane versus Elina on the winners semifinals. So that will happen in a little bit, so stay tuned for that.
Exactly. But in the meantime, while the game was incredibly fun and the entire match were just cooking on top of cooking, we should probably take a little bit of a break and reset ourselves.
Yep, and so as we'll be taking a little break, do not miss out and do not go away. We'll be returning very soon.
Exactly. Later. Get your popcorn, get your stuff, and we will see you in a minute. Bye-bye.
まさに滅びの災いと呼ぶにふさわしいわ。終わりなき苦痛と消えることのない呪い。
だからよそ者なんて信用するなって言ったんじゃないか。
そして救世主の誕生。
運命の食器はついに役目を果たしたの。アビス教団の名は知ってたが、これほど大規模で広範囲な動きを見せるのは初めてだ。まるでナタ相手に戦争を仕掛けようとしてるような。
宇宙船スリープポット？まさかお前がテイラットに来た時に乗ってた宇宙船のことか？
この数ヶ月の間で42の星が消えた。何者かがずうずうしくもこの世界から吸い取っているのだ。
災いはいつか必ず訪れる。みんなもそう言ってるわ。
彼女の存在を無視し続けたらいつか本当に彼女の声が聞こえなくなってしまうからね。
すぐそこにいるじゃない。
お前の魂は欠けていて、傷口にはアビスに侵食された跡が見られる。アビスの力の使い方を学ぶつもりもないのなら、私が代わりに調べるしかない。無に帰せ。この手に烈空星々よ、静かに眠れ。
はじめまして、私はダリア。セピロス教会の助罪で風神バルバトスの伝道師です。面白くなってきた。風神様のお告げです。
私の夜はここで終わる。だがお前の旅はまだまだ続く。
お前は私の師匠極悪鬼スルトロッチを知っているのだろう。
戦線は総崩れだ。
真っ向の剣ダインスレイブ、これがお前の望んだことか。
お兄ちゃんはいつも運命を変えようとしてる。でも今回は何としても止めてみせる。
よくやったスカーク。今回も生き残れたか。
今もなお運命の食器は動いているのか。
なぜお前が鈍性のクジラの権能を持っている。
するとロッチ
経緯などとうの昔に消え去った貴様の傲慢さと邪悪さに気づいた時にな。
500年前にお兄ちゃんと再会する機会を逃すわけにはいかないから。
いずれ本物の宇宙に帰るだろう。
旅の終点で2人の新たな始まりが待ってる。
Nodcry, an ever-changing landscape of ruin, a marvel corroded by time. In the forest, where the nights were once undisturbed save for a few rays of moonlight, the wild hunt's shadow grows. There are those who bear the name of Frost Moon, living where the silver light shines. Others carry the torch, fending off the darkness and cold with their blades. I hear that the snow and fae still yearn for the frosts of old. While the Fatui look to the stars above, trying in vain to seize the false firmament. Then there are the nights, draped in the west wind, nearing the end of a long and arduous mission. My friends, of course, shan't be outdone. They will no doubt bring a magical charm to this edge of the world. And just as the stone craves the sculptor's hand, so does fate await your gaze. Pour me another cup of tea, if you'd be so kind. The story is about to begin.
“当群星低语，当夜幕垂落，命运的轮盘已悄然转动。八面灵头折射智慧锋芒，牌中事件在掌心翻动。盾与矛在星河下碰撞，元素交织成战略的罗网。这里没有注定的败者，唯有将星辰轨迹铭刻于卡背的译者。准备好掷出命运的骰子了吗？
インドブルーム祭の本番がもうすぐ始まるぞ。早く見に行こうぜ。
どう？よかったでしょ？
旅人いらっしゃい。シバルマラン AA ランドファミリーに加わる準備はできた？グルメ系 AA に出てくるみたいな超豪華なご飯も欲しいぜ。
楊選手、準備ができたようですね。それではホテルドゥボール特別料理対決開始。
カトラリーの準備も完了。冷凍の時間よ。最高の一品よ。
とにかくそこのレストランからナタ産の野菜を至急調達したいと依頼を受けて、僕とイファが来ることになったんだ。
俺は付き添いでな。さあ行くぞ。おっと逃がすかよ。
月始めの3日間、飛行物を連れて外出してはいけないらしい。
Hello, and welcome back to AstraNox Invitational Elimination Stage. Woo! Those were some games we saw. Those were some peak cooking decks, those were some peak ideas, and they all just came together. I am your host, Fufu, and with me I have my co-caster,
Summation. Hello,
yeah!
everyone.
Let's go! But we are not done just yet, because we have, in the winner's bracket, another match just for you. Now, not gonna say anything, but we're also gonna see some interesting stuff going on, so do stay tuned for that. But before then, we have something to announce.
Yep.
And that is that, first and foremost, the tournament is sponsored by ShiningSoul. We'd like to let all travelers and duelists know that the second set of ShiningSoul Genshin Genius Invocation TCG cards are now officially on sale. You can purchase the brand new in-stock cards at the official Genshin Impact store or ShiningSoul official store on Taobao. Collect the Genius Invocation TCG cards, gather your friends and foes, and let the duels begin. AstraNox Invitational is exclusively sponsored by ShiningSoul and all the goodies you see on screen.
Indeed, indeed. Those are some nice goodies, if I must say myself. Now, for those of you who just caught up or haven't been introduced yet, let us talk about the AstraNox Invitational once more. Right, so the AstraNox Invitational, after grueling Prince and Fonta regional qualifiers, we have finally reached the elimination stage, where the 12 players who advanced will compete in a double elimination tournament. The matches leading up to the grand final will be best of 5 conquests with bans, and grand final will be best of 7 conquests with bans. Now, what's best of 5 conquests with bans? Let's see. Best of 5 conquests with bans is you bring 4 decks, your opponent bring 4 decks, you and your opponent bans 1 deck each from the opposing side, and then you must win with all 3 of your unbanned decks. When you win a game, the winning deck cannot be used again for the rest of the match. Right, and after that, let's see. For the calendar, I believe. Well, never mind, we have the bracket. Last time we saw, Chamberlain has been promptly defeated by Papaya Tofu 2-3. And it is a sad sight as Serene's husband has been defeated by the villain. And now, for the next up in the bracket, we have Ollie Crane versus Elina.
Exactly. We will be saying goodbye to Chamberlain, but not to worry, we have a lot more games than a lot of opponents to go through, so we are going to see some winners bracket now, and these people are much more ready. As you can see with the setup we have going on here, they need to win so many less games than their counterparts, and they have such a clear line straight through it, but it's not that easy, of course, because your opponent also sees it, and if you get thrown down, you need to win so much more, and you need to do so much more work. But your opponents are not gonna let you have it that easily now, are they at all?
Indeed. Right, and so let us be introduced to our challengers for today, shall we?
Of course, and first we have Ollie Crane. They are a version 5.2 Resonance Cup champion, a version 4.5 Skyfrost Snail Cup champion, first played GITCG in version 3.3, so they are quite the OG, quite the old head. They are ready and they know, and unfortunately, Dice of Cringe and Bricked Hands, top right and hit the gear, of course. Truly the words of a top GITCG player. They understand that sometimes life just be that way.
Indeed, much of a poet, I must say. The villain and the dice cringer, as well as resident gamblers. As all of those, as all of those myself, I must agree.
Yeah, exactly. You need to remember that maybe you get Dice of Cringe and Brick Hands, but you are at the end of the day gambler, and you just live for the thrill, because as much as you can low roll, you can get that exact top deck you need for that exact win, and what else do you need in life after that?
Right, and as for opponent, Elina, let's see. Elina is the top 16 of the Frontier Cup, as well as the version 4.6 Skyfrost Snail Cup champion. Also first played the GITCG in version 3.3, and is a GITCG player who proclaims always messes up.
I mean, who doesn't really? If you run into a player who tells you that all their lines are perfect and ideas are perfect and every deck they played as perfectly as they could, they might just be wrong on that one. They might believe themselves to be a little better than they are, because truly there are just many options and many lines you can use in every time, and a lot of the top players just, you can't see it that easily because you only have so much information to work with and so many things you can play around. But they are indeed an aggro lover, a rope killer, and they trust their instincts, which is important. It doesn't matter if you mess up, but if you believed in your idea, it was probably worth going for.
Yep, and your idea is what matters most when it comes to Genius Invocation TCG. Right, let us look at the decks in this matchup, and woo! That is some spicy deck building.
Exactly. We see Kachina on both sides and we see Zhongli on both sides, but the moment those two are out, you see some interesting spicy spinning around with Mirror Maiden and Sayu making that, oh my god, getting that smacked down immediately. They don't want to deal with it. They don't want to think about it. They're just like, no, you know what? Freeze? Not interested. I don't want to be frozen. Thank you very much.
Creativity is banned in this household. Meanwhile, Ollie Crane went for the reasonable decision and banned Kachinavia, which is the remaining top dog of this meta so far.
Exactly. They're like, yeah, you're gonna ban my freeze, I'm gonna ban your meta. How does that feel? Your two dice for infinite damage? I'm not interested. I'm just gonna get rid of that, and now we're gonna have a cook-off. Let's see who made better decks, buddy.
Yep, Corand on Elina. The crab on Ollie Crane gets picked against Zhongli's from Elina.
Oh, so we are seeing mid-range into mid-range. Zhongli might be slightly faster, but Crab can stack up those shields, so who will come out on top?
Indeed. Zhongli is more stall-oriented, but Sino is kind of here to break the stall. His Sino Crab deck has been there ever since Sino got buffed, and ever since then it has always been a high-performing deck until the arrival of Cetos.
Exactly, and you can see that setup coming down. Now, Crab itself does have a lot of lines it can go for. There are some interesting Toma burst lines that you can use, but the other deck might just be too fast regardless, and we see a, honestly, I would say fairly standard lineup, except those extremes and a control blast. They are ready for Zhongli. They are so ready for Zhongli. Oh my god, they're ready for Zhongli.
Yeah, they are super ready for Zhongli. Like that one copy of Yamka Sword, it's normal, but the one copy of Control Directional Blast is directly there to counter Zhongli Jiori decks, which the opposing Zhongli deck does qualify. Yep.
Exactly. And you can take them out so much easier. The food is just a couple of the good ones. Of course, Sing does very well in decks where you don't have much food because it satiates all your characters. Egg a pretty standard stay of it, and then a little Mystic Soup, just to make your opponent think twice before they do any action.
Indeed. Right, and as for our opponent, it is a rather standard, semi-standard Zhongli Jiori deck with one copy of Zhongli Talent and one copy of Jiori Talent, as well as Yamkazor on their own.
Exactly. But you do see the Moon Piercer. Yeah, I mean, it's a cheap weapon. You want your Zhongli to do a lot of damage, so it's just time. It's time to get him geared up, and it's time to send him straight to war.
Indeed.
Holy.
Right,
So we will see how that plays out.
Yep. Who do you think will make it out on this first game?
I will say that the Zhongli deck is quite nicely set up to fight Crab here. With the weapon and everything, a very well-built Zhongli can deal with Crab and take it down. So it will truly be on the Crab player and their ability to switch their win conditions on the fly and find a line that will be able to deal with what's coming to them. They need to understand what their breakpoints are, if they can stop this, and if they can survive it, and then maybe get out afterwards.
Yep. Zhongli's Rain of Stone is quite devastating, so as the Crab player, you have to disable that while still having enough shields on Crab to finally survive the final 1v1. Or use your Sino for the 1v1 instead, because I do not believe Zhongli will be going down that easily.
Exactly. The ball is definitely in your court. But while that might seem a bit scary, it also means you have all the power. Any plays that your opponent is not ready for, any ideas that they might not be ready to deal with, you can definitely move around and find the best ways, unexpected plays, unexpected ideas, and unexpected ways for them to deal with it, and then they have to figure it out. So it's actually not that difficult to toss it straight back to your opponent and say, yeah, I went for this line, even if it's better for you, can you prove it? Can you make sure that you will actually win? Because otherwise, I would not be taking that easily.
Yeah, like, it looks better for you, but is it really better though? Right, and the match begins. We see Ollie Crane mulliganing away the Sino talent immediately because you really want that late game, and only finding a single copy of Tenacity of the Millilith, not even Generous Ancient Helm, and one copy of Sing.
Yeah, and then we do see that the Zhongli side with Elina does have both talents ready, one immediately in hand, and one is going to come from the Arcane, but no Storm Terror.
Aye, the Storm Terror is kind of a big deal when it comes to Zhongli. So, because of the 5-cost elemental skill, his elemental skill can be immediately discounted by Storm Terror Flare, and as such, it is a very crucial card even if you have already drawn off your talents. And speaking of talents, Elina doesn't actually have any of the talents in hand. We'll have to determine the 50-50 for the talent that will be drawn for the day.
Oh, that is interesting. We tossed the Chiori talent back, even though we had it. But we see Crab ramping up and getting a Yunka going. Oh, what are we going to steal here? The soup? The soup is now ours. Thank you very much. We might just play that immediately. You get your buddies going, which is fair, but now it's quite interesting.
Yeah, I think only Crane predicted the Chiori talent, but since Elina swapped it out beforehand, the Yamkazor did not grab anything.
Oh, interesting. Getting rid of it so you don't get it stolen. That is quite fair. Playing around a card that your opponent might have. But then you also win the 50 and you get your Zhongli talent going anyway. Playing the Inazuma Res, getting the Zhongli talent out, and now it's looking a little rough.
Yep. And another time, Yamkazor's effect steals only I haven't lost yet, which is relatively good for the Sino Crab, but still not any functional piece that Zhongli desperately needs.
Exactly, it's probably better with Sino than Zhongli anyway, and we get a extra damage, eyes closed, doll coming down, and now the damage is immediately going to be apparent. We do end first as Crab, and Tom is about to take a decent chunk here. Yeah, exactly 5
damage total. Right, the thing about Crab is that while Crab is mighty protected, Toma and Sino are certainly not. Their shields are immediately absorbed by Crab to to in charge its own shield, and as such, they have no protections of their own.
Exactly, exactly. And Crab Talent here not helping with that much because, yeah, it's usually worth it because it does 2 extra shields every round, but also you're going to give them a free reaction, especially if you want Crab to kind of be tanking here and then Sino going in. We will see how exactly you plan on dealing with this.
Yeah, the crab talent is actually normally really effective. Like even in this situation, the shields you get actually offset the reaction damage quite a lot because it's just +1 damage after all, and you get +2
Exactly, and now
shields every
Chiori
round.
talent coming down, and the follow-up attack. Oh my god.
Yeah,
this is going
Chiori
to be
talent
a
top
lot.
deck. Yeah, that's wild.
Man, it's gonna be so sad if you were Crab playing Yoink. You stole 2 cards, you missed everything, and then they play Stove into the talent and then top deck Chiori talent. That is just so rough.
That is sad. Like, unironically, Ori Crane is way back in terms of advantage right now. Their Yumkasaurs is no more, and they have no more Yumkasaurs left in the deck. They only have Extreme, and those are not going to help in this situation when your opponent is situated with the Rain of Stone ready.
Exactly. You have very little to show for everything. You can't even fast swap, take anything out, but you do have the control, the directional blast ready to go. Now, do you pop it this round? Do you pop it next round?
I suppose you would likely pop it next round, where the Rain of Stone will be even more devastating.
Yeah, it definitely could be scary, but also getting rid of it early and then getting all those dice going for you, or rather taking off the pressure that is coming down earlier so you can deal with it later, might be a path to take. Unfortunately, your opponent has a lot.
Yep.
Yeah, here it is.
There's the control directional blast and takes away the pressure off of the Toma. Swaps to Crab so that 4 damage, 5, and Crab is still relatively healthy, though its shield is only a measly 2 after that.
Exactly, we don't get much, but if our opponent does attack us here, we do get the Tameas down. They will not, though, so now it's about choosing where we want to end it.
Indeed.
And most likely you would want to end this on Crab anyway, as your tankiest character. You kind of want to play Crab as this helper to your actual Sino, who should be the one going in and taking out as much as you can, but the ramp is just not on your side.
Quite. Let's see. What do we do in this situation? Right, Holly Clean ends the round, and now Elina can maybe possibly choose to normal attack, and they do. He does.
The extra damage
And the
coming in, the
follow-up is
follow-up.
here.
Yeah, exactly. Wait, if you do the Kokomi summon, I know you don't want it in this case, but if you did it, the follow-up would still go, right?
Yes,
or does it
it
count
would.
the damage? Yeah, okay.
It still would,
So-
but yeah, it would probably have been better, but the tuning 2 cards in your hand as 3 is like not really that great, and I
Yeah,
think
it's
the
not
normal attacks
exactly
are
where
right.
you want to be. So this is probably a-okay. But now Zhongli has to reset, and Crab has that a little bit of time, that a little sliver of time to prepare and try to do something out of it. We swap back to Toma, giving our Crab some more shields. Will we see the coveted Toma burst and maybe try to sweep it Sino? Or will we see some maneuvering into going into Sino? Because if they do go back to their Chiori here, now we don't have it, but it could be scary that Sino could take you out.
Indeed. Right, let's see. Options for Elina here would probably... Well, in either case, they have to go back to Chiori's stat and immediately deploy the dolls again. Zhongli is alright, since he's just standing there, but Chiori needs her dolls to really reset the Rain of Stone again.
Yeah, but you also gotta look at the dice. The dice are not helping us in the slightest, and we gotta think about how to deal with that.
Alright, 3 usable means you have to tune 1. you could, I think you just grab some cards where strategize and see what we got from there.
Ooh, that's
Hey,
not bad.
5. That's a 5 and a 4 against 2, 3, 1. I do believe we got Opera.
We are 6, or we are actually 9 up against 6, so we are actually quite ahead. Even if they do get another artifact going, we will be still able to proc this Opera. So we are quite in a safe spot regarding that.
Yep. Now, you need to go to Giori first before you deploy the Opera, otherwise it's gonna generate the Hydro.
Oh, but we
Or
are
you
going
go,
straight to
yep.
Zhongli.
I guess deploying the Stone Steel is kind of important in itself, though.
It does definitely help, but spreading the elements around is a little scary.
Yep, that Sino is looking stronger by the rounds. If you are not here for him, Sino, when he gets to 4 stacks, his attacks are infused with Electro and he does +2 damage natively.
Yeah, and that will be really scary, especially if we do genuinely see Toma Burst come down here, because Toma is not geared up. He's not ready to do much of any helping outside of his own burst. So we might just see that come down and be like, okay, we will play down a unit, but I will also be able to go off way earlier than you would expect Crab. I will play this as a combo deck with a Crab at the end to fight you. And, barely not enough. 4 damage coming down.
Yeah, Zhongli is unable to finish off Toma, so Toma will have the opportunity to burst right here, right now.
Yeah, and that gives us some extra shields. Let us sacrifice Toma if need be, or just go to Crab and keep him alive. Ooh!
Up instead, swaps to Sino. Why?
We swapped the Sino. We do have our Golden Troop ready, so this is going to be relatively cheap. Unfortunately, yeah, if you Pyro Res, you don't get anything out of it. So this might be a swap to Sino just to get the reaction out and then go back to Toma.
You do get something. Zhongli is now below 7.
Exactly. I'm just saying if you Pyro Res, it is a little bit less useful. Because now you can genuinely just go back to Toma and get your burst out, and you got the max value you could out of those reactions.
Yeah. If you go back to Toma here, then Toma is defeated. And all that's left is the Sino and the Crab, and you are very much good to go when it comes to Sino.
Yeah, but Zhongli will heal just a little bit, and you might just be ready to go. With this setup, you have decided to become the actual mid-range deck that is going to go faster than your opponent.
Quite. Swaps to Crab instead to get back some more shields, but unfortunately that's only 1 pyro damage because Crab's shield is below 7.
Exactly. But now our Sino is at those 4 stacks, and we do have a fast swap if we actually want the burst. But we shall see what exactly they're aiming for here, because there are many options you can take when playing Crab.
Yeah, Crab's shields is probably not gonna last much longer, especially if Elina manages to set up the Rain of Stone again.
Exactly. Crab, in many cases in a matchup like this, Crab is just a tankier character instead of the main carry of the deck at all. So we might just see some interesting plays come down.
Right, Crab gets some tenacity stuff, and it's now Kokomi's turn to act, which she technically doesn't do much, but when it comes to dealing with decks that do not do a lot of stuff, she's kind of an expert.
Exactly. And now we're gonna see Elania try once again to set up all the dolls. Toma with a fast swap. Getting there, the Dawn Winery will use up. Never mind, it's Sino preparing to do lethal onto Chiori. Oh my god, wait.
Yeah,
that is time.
They have been waiting for that all along. They going back to setup on Chiori because otherwise Elina can't play. But if Elina switches to Chiori, then there's the Pyro Rest, and Chiori is down!
Exactly, using one fast swap to convince your opponent that there's no way they have another one, right? When that is exactly what you're planning on doing. Now, Zhongli does attach the weapon. He can do a skill and an NA here, giving himself a decent chunk of damage coming down, but this crab is at 10 shields, so 13 HP character can tank a lot.
Yep, not to mention the Golden Troops effects are still active, so Cynos has a 0-cost elemental skill right there.
Oh, being able to take them down, do some extra damage. Basically threatening lethal on everyone in the following round. It's going to be really rough to deal with, and you don't even need the Toma Burst. It's a lot of value, but Sino is just a beast right now, taking them all down.
I think Zhongli just did the 3-cost elemental skill, which is probably a huge mistake considering what's about to come.
Yeah, big damage coming down.
Yep.
But you don't know if they have the extra dice anyway, so if you swap off, they could overload and hit you regardless. Now it's scary.
Yeah, there's still the Mystic Soup in Ollie Crane's inventory. So if that gets the dice discount, then Sino can even go again for an elemental skill.
Exactly. And even without that in their deck, they are running one woven pyro dice, so if they were to ever get that, you would also be in very big trouble.
Indeed.
So how do you play it here? Passively, I guess.
Yep. Yeah, Elina with Chiori gone has basically no place left and is left to accept their fate, but they are not going down without a fight. They will try to destroy that Sino before he does any more damage than is necessary.
Exactly, doing the attack, accepting that you kind of have to. Oh, but the soup hits anyway, and Zhongli's going down. And that is very much the end of the game. There is nothing you can do in response to this. Oh, +1 dice off of the Opera because now your opponent has lost all their equipment. Oh my god.
Yep. It is now Kokomi versus the world, and we all know she cannot do anything without her soldiers.
Yeah, this is not gonna look good. If you top deck a Pyro Res, you're just going to clean sweep this easily, but even without it, I mean, how does Kokomi even break through a crab? I have no idea. It is going to be a slow and probably painful death as Crab eats a soup and gets... Oh, gets the... is this plus damage? Yeah, it's plus damage. +2 damage. Coming down and Crab Burst is ready, but Kokomi is not. Oh no.
Is this Kokomi Burst? It is. And Kokomi goes up to 8. So at least Crab Burst does not defeat them straight away.
Yeah, exactly. Crab doing... Wait, is it 6+2? Or 6+1?
6+1.
Yeah, okay.
So
exactly,
Kokomi lives on 1.
Kokomi lives on 1, but Sino is... Yep.
Yep, here comes Sino with a steel chair.
Sino taking it down, and oh my god, Crab cooks so hard. Oh,
Crab cooks the Zhongli. And so Ollie Crane takes game 1.
The takedown is real, and the takedown is ready to go. Alright, well, Crab has shown its dominance, its pure playstyle, and its ability to flex into a lot of matchup, but now it's out of the pool. And now we gotta figure out what else to do.
Well, the other two of Ollie Crane's decks are all scary decks, you could say. It's the infamous Kachinavia, as well as the Zhongli Chiori deck that loses to the Crab last time.
Unfortunately, yeah, Elania did not bring a Crab of their own, so this might be a little bit rougher. But yeah, Ollie Crane's two next decks are also both just ready to go and both meta decks, so way more familiar. Well, Elania does have that, I see that narwhal cooking in the background.
Yep, the Narrow Cooks and the Clorak and Zhongli are technically meta. Yep.
Yeah, those two are more familiar, but we might get to see the narwhal go just a little bit crazy. Because honestly, yeah, people have kind of given up on Crab, but we just saw it go crazy. So can we also see the narwhal do exactly the same?
Yep, and Ollie Crane goes for the Zhongli deck against Cloran from Elina. What do you think about this, Fufu?
It's definitely interesting. I mean, the Zhongli deck brings out so much damage. We've seen this matchup a couple times already. Zhongli gets it set up, unless, of course, it does brick, but if it gets it set up, if it gets a lot of damage going, Clorend actually seems to be able to handle it a lot better than most other decks, mostly because, yeah, two of your characters kind of just do whatever, and you don't really care. Your Eremite will always get her burst off anyway, and your Clorend will be there only after they do plus 20 damage, so... Oh, we see an NRE in this deck as well.
Okay. That's interesting. 2 copies of Tada for the Scorpion stacks. There's Storian Buddies for Scorpion again. And 1 copy of Dawn Manry and 1 copy of Mirapede.
Yeah, 1 Metapede. I mean, I don't think it procs in this deck as consistently as some of the other ones, but we have seen Metapede have put people into some really precarious positions where they have to think like, which am I sacrificing dice here? Am I sacrificing cards? Like, what is my plan? I need to deal with this card.
Indeed. Ollie Crane's Zhongli Theory deck is, of course, the standard one. We've seen this before. Well, except the NRE. There's also the NRE in this deck.
Well, the NRE Cook is coming in, I see. Getting some extra food to Zhongli. I mean, you do have the Mao. You do have the tools to make it work. For your artifacts, you only brought two Golden Troops rewards because, you know, who needs more?
Who needs more, right?
Yeah, all these are, like, we can proc our opera with just the talents anyway. It's like actually 9 stacks. Well, not 9 stacks, but 9 value in purely talents. So who needs artifacts to proc? It will be fine.
Yep, it'll be fine. Until it doesn't.
And well, you know, besides that.
Yep. Cloran doesn't have that bombastic Pyro Rest attack. Like, I'll be honest, like, Pyro Rest is something people get caught off guard by because Pyro Rest hasn't been in the meta for ages.
Exactly. The old days of having to play exactly around it all the time whenever your opponent brought two Pyros in their deck. The good old days when you would play Chongyun with 2 Pyros, and that was a meta deck that everyone was playing, right? You remember this?
I'll have to consult my advisor on that.
I have to speak on my lawyers. Yeah, that's valid.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
But we are about to get into the game.
Yep. It is game 2 between Ollie Crane versus Elina. And it is 3 versus Cloran as their star.
Exactly. We're going to be starting Zhongli here, ready to spend 5 dice of Geo just to get that nice setup going into our opponent, who is quite content on being a Lore Master, getting that free energy, and setting up as much as they can.
Yes, there's no Yunkasaurus here, so there's no fear. So Ollie Crane will be starting on Zhongli and keeping that Zhongli talent.
Exactly. And we might see a Zhongli 5-cost into a Liben here. It does actually look quite nice. We play Liben first, though.
Yeah.
Are we actually... No, we can't be worried about Yonka. We can be worried about Extreme, I guess?
Sure.
But since you
go first, if you go first, you can simply just... I guess getting your Geori talent stolen is also impactful.
Yeah, so we might see this get played, and then if they steal the stove, it's fine. If not, they're gonna full ramp here and pass, so you can play your stove and probably be okay, but then they can yoink it on the following round. I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean, they don't play...
Yeah, no yoinks. Regardless, Elina knows that the last card is the Arcane Legend, so they might not do anything to it for now.
Exactly.
Like,
No good
even if
reason
they
to.
even if they have Extreme, they're going to wait until Ollie Crane fetches it.
Exactly. You wait for them to fetch it. You wait for this Liban to go. Oh, your opponent did skill, and you still play it anyway. You just leave it be. Say like, hey, if you want to spend all that on it, feel free to do so. But we swap the Siegeween, who we don't mind taking some extra damage, and
Yep,
we
and
just pass.
float 4 into Liban.
Exactly. The best breakpoint for Liban, of course.
Of course. What's let's say it's an extra just in case one dice got lost.
Yeah, exactly. Like you never know. One can fall off the table, and then what?
Yeah. You can't say you see it.
Exactly. And now, wow, playing around, getting our card stolen really like intensely, getting the fast swap out, and probably just the Triori immediately so our talent doesn't get lost in the translation.
First swap immediately to Theory Talent is probably the way here, and Ollie Crane's probably thinking what intermediate moves to be done during the meantime, right?
Now we see, yep.
Yep, gets Hot Spring and plays Sing Your Heart Out into another Sing Your Heart Out into two Mystic Soups and a Georest.
My god, so much food, so much shields. And we get the follow-up attack, or is this the... No, this is the follow-up attack, okay. Follow-up attack, no eyes closed, might mean one more Chiori skill, because we do have 3 Omni. Our rolls are absolutely wild, by the way.
Yeah, we could absolutely just get another Geo Damage doll. Though I do not believe that Geori Select actually prioritizes different kinds.
Yeah, it might not... But it shouldn't choose the one you already have on board. I'm not 100% on it.
Yeah,
I guess
I'm
it
not
hasn't
sure
happened
either.
to me, but the odds of it happening is like low anyway, so...
Yeah, even if it chooses an existing one, you will just simply choose one of the other dolls.
Exactly, and there are other dolls to get here and other dolls to be used, but yeah, we can just get our eyes closed all and get some extra damage.
Yep. If in doubt, you can simply choose the Crane doll.
Exactly, and you will be a-okay. But now, yeah, a big chunk of damage coming in. Your opponent has to think about how they're gonna deal with it.
Right, as Citrine's turn to act, it is probably going to be a switch to someone. Maybe Lore Master? You really want that Elemental Burst to go out.
Yeah, and you're not scared of on-field damage right now. You're scared of the damage that's coming afterwards. But once Lore Master like uses her burst, it doesn't really matter anymore. You're going to have these 2 characters tank all the damage, and then you can just head off and do your Chlorine stuff and try to take out the rest of your opponent's lineup.
Yep, and there's also that double Golden Troop in hand, so that Lo-Fi only costs 1.
Oh, we're not going to be Chiori skilling again. We're probably going to just be Signora skilling. Yep. With the follow-up. Oh, quite nice.
That is nice. Wow. Yeah, you... Apparently, Ollie Crane is keeping the George alive for a little while more.
Yeah, exactly.
You want more damage when it comes to dealing with Chlorand, and having more Rain of Stones means more damage in face.
Yep, and we do see the Siegewing skill come out, but not the 2 golden houses, because realistically, even if you do get the Tenacity of the Millilith, you can equip it later. It's just a bit rough on how you're gonna do this. Yeah, you top deck it right here.
Yeah,
And
speaking of Tenacity.
yeah, now your golden houses can only go once per round, and in that case, Tenacity is really late, unless you want to equip it first and then do Lo-Fi, which is probably faster, all things considered.
I would have probably played Lo-Fi last round and then banked for Tenacity later, which it would have paid off in this case.
In this particular case, it would have worked quite nicely. You do still have a decent chunk of dice. I mean, this Sing is probably going to come up, but unless Senora actually attacks you here and just takes you out, which is definitely a possibility.
Right, let's see. Senora having the choice to maybe fire on Citrine, though probably not recommended.
Yeah, unfortunately, exactly 9 dice and no way to lower your costs means that you can't Senora skill into going on Chiori and using 2 actions unless we hit something here.
Yeah,
But let's
speaking
see
of
what comes
lowering
on.
costs.
Oh, but this is going on to Chiori anyway, so
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
it's the
damage reduction.
exactly damage reduction. She's gonna be able to tank. Now we're gonna go here. We're gonna let their characters do whatever they want, and we're kind of setting up for another big shockwave to come down at the end of this turn.
Right, here comes a double golden house. Probably gonna drop down the lo-fi immediately.
Exactly. Either lo-fi or believing, yeah, that you can take it to next round, and just putting this helmet on for now. Question is, what do you do in the meantime?
I guess you can grab another bubble.
You could also do some swap stalling, forcing your opponent to do their setup so you know exactly what you're dealing with. Most likely, I would assume a Chiori skill into a Zhongli skill, but I could be wrong.
It could also be just 4 dolls, 4 Chiori dolls.
It could be. I mean, if you end up on Cloran, Chiori is probably not gonna lose any time bursting you down. But in every other case, it's probably gonna be set up. Yeah, going here first, then you're gonna get answered by a doll, and then you're probably gonna have to swap off. The doll is the one on field is the eyes closed, so everything else is here. We can pick and choose.
Right.
Oh
No.
wait, the one on field is not eyes closed. Oh no.
Yeah, it's not eyes closed, and eyes closed is not here.
Oh no, we missed it. Oh, that's rough. So is Crane gonna come down?
Crane is possible, though I wouldn't bang on it.
Man, what do you do? Do you reset your follow-up attack? But that is just one doll down, and that
No.
is really bad. Yeah.
Yeah, you just grab something random, I guess.
I have no idea which one we picked.
Same.
I have no clue off the top which one this is, but
Yeah,
if Chiori does geo damage here, we will know.
I'll go check a bit.
Oh yeah, that's the one that lowers the normal attacks. You can see the Chiori only costs 2 NA here. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, normal attack reduction.
But yeah, we're gonna see a burst because our opponent is on claw hand, and now we get some damage going. They get a dice back for sure, but yeah, this is a big chunk, and we can do an NA here. Funnily enough.
Yep. But lo-fi isn't played, so that's gonna be rough regardless.
Exactly, we're probably gonna see Sync come out regardless, but then from that point it's a bit rough, so maybe something like NSC instead. Your options are just a bit all over the place, honestly.
Yep.
Sync into NA into swapping off is an option, but you will take more damage if you do it.
There's also the option of using the technique to do something.
Yeah, but spending it early. I guess you do have the buddies.
Yeah,
So it's
if you
gonna be
use
fine.
Yeah, if you use buddies here, I'm not sure if you can make up for that for the number of stacks that easily, but it is certainly an option.
Yeah, but yeah, we will see an NA and probably Sync first is interesting. We might see NSC into another attack.
And their theory utilizes the normal attack damage reduction.
Exactly. Getting some Geo over there. Yeah, NSC. We get another die. It's another Hydro, so we do have to tune. A little bit unfortunate.
Or
passes. We can do another NA, but that is a lot of damage coming back if we do, so probably not what we want to be happening.
I think what we want to do is we skill for the 4 HP heal to maybe make it out for next round.
But the issue is if you do skill here, you will stay on Clohend, and then how do you work that out?
You will take a total of 6 damage. Scorpion will eat 2 of them, so you'll be back to 5.
This is true, and you did find a way to snap it, but yeah, I guess they don't want to tune the cards. That is fair, and we just will end on Siegrin, give ourselves another
Ta-da!
draw, and proc Metapede for the following round.
Oh, that is clever indeed. If you look closely at Ollie Crane's hand, all of them are action cards.
Yep.
So all of them will be negated for the round.
Yeah, but also getting rid of it is not the worst thing in the world. 7 Bond of Life right then and there.
That is bad. That is bad.
That is quite wild indeed, with some healing coming down.
And here, that's 8 Bond of Life. Like, Cloran doesn't need that much.
God.
You'd really want to put those into healing duty, but unfortunately, Cloran's Cloran. And if Cloran had decided to Elemental Skill instead, then Cloran would be at 9 HP with 4 Bond right now, which is much better than this situation right here.
Exactly. We do get our lo-fi going, but yeah, we will overstack, or we have already overstacked quite a lot. So we will have to deal with that.
That was a massive misplay. That Citrine bubble was planted by Elina himself, and he does not recognize it. It is very unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a rough spot because, getting the stuff you need to be able to clear it out was a little bit difficult regardless. You were just in a bad spot, and you still didn't need to fight 1v3 against Zhongli, who does have that Petrify, although is quite far away from it, but yeah, I don't think the damage that's coming down is going to be very nice to you. Oh, we use bodies to spend it. We get the Woven coming down. This is the important part. You need to play your next card immediately afterwards so that you let your opponent know that you knew it was going to get negated. If you make a pause, it seems like you're surprised. You cannot let them have that, you know?
Maybe you could bluff them by playing 1 and then pausing.
And then pausing, pretending you didn't see it coming. Yeah, that works too.
Yep. Yeah,
mind games.
You could even intentionally play the Sing or something.
Bluff them out
would
completely.
Be absurdly over mind games, though. If you have something like Pyro Res, it might be worth it.
Yeah, maybe something absolutely insane that does clear the game anyway. Do we get eyes closed? We get eyes closed. We have our dolls online. Zhongli can also go and set up at any point. We have the burst. We are so in charge right now.
Yep. If Theory goes in now, that is 6 damage, so Cloran will be at 5. At 5.
Exactly. And it will take a lot just to be able to deal with that. And then, just the summons, the burst, the everything. I don't know how you deal with it.
Yep, that's a lot, I'll be honest. And I think the way here is to simply go to Signora and do some Signora shenanigans.
Yeah,
possibly.
you could burst swap to Signora, you could burst swap to Zhongli. You can do a lot of stuff, but Lo-Fi is coming down, and she will heal a lot, but she might be healing, but we are so high in HP on our side, so...
that 5 damage onto Giori.
Exactly, 5 damage for healing, quite rough.
Right here, I believe you...
So you could burst, but you could lose Chiori if you do, which is probably fine.
Yeah, even if
because
the
they
situation...
will need to spend,
Yep, even if the situation seems winning, it's pretty hard to convert that into an actual victory.
Yeah, it's sometimes scary, especially when your opponent is getting all these dice that you need to calculate yourself how many are coming down what's happening. Signora will go and
Right, lagging a bit.
slowly but surely. We're about to see what Ollie has decided to do. Oh, heading straight back to Signora with a Geores to protect her.
Right,
Bonk with some
and
cryo.
So that's some cryo on Signora, and she has 3 effective HP on her. That
Yeah,
is,
unfortunately.
well, it's gonna take Cloran elemental skill just fine, but
Yeah, the drive is gonna be a little rough, but instead we do this, giving us 2. We can still do an NA from this part. We can do a skill as well. It is a decent chunk of healing.
instead
2
we
dice Liban.
leap in for 2 dice. Are is Elina really sure that they will survive for another round?
Well, I believe the idea is that this Signora will flip regardless, so any damage we put on her right now is actually damage that's basically mitigated regardless, so I think they were just looking for the best possible way to spend these dice without attacking, and unfortunately they didn't find anything better than Liban. But as a response, we will just heal all the way back, and now you have to deal with all of it coming down, especially with the dolls. 3 damage, 3 damage, and 2 damage.
2 damage.
So close.
So close. And Rossi Extreme, unfortunately, not what you want to look for right now.
Well,
going into the next round, Elina rolls 0 usable. That is absolutely terrifying.
Yeah, that is rough. Thankfully, your carry does not need that many usable dice. And you do have a lot of cards to tune. So
Cloran does use quite a lot of dice if you're going to attack a lot.
yeah, you're kind of hoping for Lo-Fi to give you some stuff. You're hoping for Mao to give you some stuff. You do just need to spend probably your entire hand on it, though. So
Yep. You can waste a lot of them, actually. You can throw away the Extreme. You don't really need that. The second copy of Tenacity. The
exactly,
NRE.
exactly. The fast swap is not helping you for sure.
Yep, the fast swap. Get rid of that.
But let's see what exactly is the play. Yep, getting the Lotus, giving us a Hydro die. Ah, unfortunate.
Aye. Yeah, you have to tune that Tenacity and that fast swap now. And go back to 5 HP.
Exactly. Plus the shields, you are at a okay spot, but you do need to tank a lot this round, and it's gonna be rough.
Yep, that's 10 effective HP, not something that Rain of Stone cannot deal with, but it is still sizable. It is effectively an entire character on its own.
Exactly, exactly. And we're gonna see some of this coming down. Oh, a lot of tuning into an extreme. Our cards now, buddy. Do we get anything good? Sing is not gonna help us. Damn, nothing here is actually gonna help us.
Nothing helps. Nothing
At
helps.
all, except for the Geores. Geores, my goat.
Alright, fair. Georis does give you 3 effective once more, so that's a total of 13 effective, but that does mean that you're actively letting Ollie play the game.
There is one other problem with it. You want to skill into NA into Geores, but Lo-Fi will give you a random die and you cannot tune it to Geo. So it might just be skill NA and pass feeding the Liban, or it might be Geores feeding the Liban. It's gotta be something though.
Either way, I think you absolutely have to NA here. Because otherwise, I do not think you have enough healing to survive.
Yeah, it's gonna be really rough. Even if they just skill on both of their Geo characters, you are in a tough spot. They can also burst and then skill on Zhongli, both of which are quite devastating.
It is GRS pass angle. So now
well.
the ball is in Ollie's court to somehow get through 13 effective HP this round.
Yeah, you gotta figure out how to do it. But honestly, your setup is so wild. You have so much stuff going on that it might actually not be that difficult.
The Rain of Stone does a total of 10 HP. So I think what you can do is simply to Elemental Burst into a Gyarados.
Yep.
And that's 3-2, that's 7, that's exactly lethal.
And it's just about calculating it now when you're the person playing and a lot of stuff is on the line. You definitely want to win this and just be one away from winning the whole thing, but you got to make sure that you know exactly how your opponent's everything works and do the math correctly. Yep. It's coming down.
There goes the Elemental Burst. That's 2, 3, and now they're at 8 effective.
The fancy snippets, the fancy cuts, getting another doll. And it is the NA doll, so we can do a normal attack as well.
Yep, that will be enough. So the dolls will do at least 6 damage, and that's enough to defeat the Chlorand.
Oh my god. And we just pass with no dice left. Liben gets finally fed, but the dolls are not gonna let her go off that easily, and the damage is just way too much. GG's.
GG's. So actually, I computed that wrong because of the extra energy and the Scorpion. So she would have lived with 1 HP remaining if that doll was not the normal attack doll.
Yeah, that is fair, but still 1 HP was going to be rough to deal with because honestly, there's another onslaught of summits coming right after it, and yeah, as much as the Chlorand wants to stall, your opponent also is totally fine just slowly draining you out of resources.
Yep, that Zhongli is standing mighty fine right there.
Exactly. Well, Ollie Crane has no more surprises up their sleeve. They're going to have to play this Katrina deck now, which to be fair, they're probably not complaining about, but we could see the Narwhal.
The Narwhal does extremely badly into Kachinavia. So if Elina actually wants to get a point on the scoreboard, I disagree on getting that Narwhal back up.
Okay, but let's think about it this way. A point on the scoreboard doesn't do anything, but showing off your Narwhal deck. Like, you know, it's gonna have to go through Kachina anyway. You don't actually get much just by getting it then later, so you could just go for it now.
That's fair, and you are right that Narwhal will have to face off against Kachinavia somehow. In fact, not picking Narwhal earlier was probably like they were probably scared of it matching into Kachinavia immediately. But but now it has no choice but to face Kachinavia. So
Exactly. To be fair, you are the one in the driver's seat. You are picking which matchups, and your opponent has to enter all of them. But we are going with Chlorand instead. Okay.
Yeah, Chlorand, I believe, has a chance of winning against Kachinavia. So Elina probably does want to get all the ceremonies done before finally being eradicated in the end. Though, of course, the chances of a trio can still happen.
Exactly. It could be a takedown, it could be a comeback, but one player is slowly building towards it, and the other player really wants to just close it down. So we shall see how that goes, but let's see if this Katrina deck has some interesting text going for it, or is it a very standardized list? Boop. And there we go. There's a Wolf's Gravestone that we have seen a couple times before. Quite interesting indeed.
Yep, the Wolf's Gravestone signifies that this deck is actually relying more on Navia than usual because of the Wolf's Gravestone and all the good stuff. It means that it also means that the Crystallize doesn't matter as much.
Yep, exactly, and you can see it with the two Navia talents. They really want to get that shrapnel, get it going And you gotta think about it, Wolf's Gravestone, I mean, getting a weapon against Clorand is going to be rough for Clorand to deal with because sometimes she does go to low HP and then heals herself up, and in those moments, the shields are what's protecting her, and you might just be able to completely overwhelm her with damage out of nowhere.
Meanwhile, as we see from the Clorand side, there's the In the Name of Extreme and there's our buddies. Let's see, does Extreme actually matter here?
I'm thinking about it, and there is some stuff you could steal, but overall, they play a very two copies of most of their important cards outside of Wolf's Gravestone, so stealing anything is not that usable, I would say, but it's not as worthless as some other matchups where it just happens to not have anything to do at all.
Yeah, I mean, in rare cases, we could see Ollie Crane just start trolling and not care about any cards at all, but that's usually not how pro players play Kachinavia.
Exactly, we will see, yeah. They might play around the extreme, they might not. We'll see what their philosophy on it is, and if they think it's fine, because Clorand sometimes is just totally fine not doing much for one round and just stopping their opponent instead.
Fair. And I guess there's also the disruption effect of the overload.
Exactly, stopping that, although Katrina doesn't care that much if she gets swapped off. Because you do get the summon post using your ability, but you would like to have all your nice breakpoints set up instead of like getting swapped off halfway through your technique and then having one left on it is a bit rough.
Yep, only having one Night Soul left on Katrina is kinda
not exactly what you want to be, but Clorand is only gonna set up for those overloads in the late game, at which point we're probably gonna be relying on Navia a little bit more.
The game begins.
The game starts and we are in the Maul phase, keeping the Covenant, getting the Kachina talent. Okay. Quite the setup. Let's see what Elania is able to roll themselves.
Yep, that Donwan Reed Mao, I haven't lost yet, and the Mystic Soup. Those are some really much needed cards against Kachinavia. It's I don't know what to Mao actually.
Yeah, the question is, do you want to try to just let them take characters down while you do some 8 dice ramp, or are you interested in being a bit more proactive? Ooh, we mulled a lot, but this hand is...
Except the binary. I guess the action
quite
economy.
nice.
Yeah, the action economy quite favors the bold.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite nice to be able to swap around and kind of stop your opponent from doing too much, but the rest of these cards are just not it.
And it appears that both players have swapped their dice trays.
Oh, that does seem to be the case. I don't know what Elania needs all those geodice for, but their profile picture is Navia, which I do want to point out. Both players brought a deck that has the character that their opponent has as their profile picture. So if that's mental warfare, that's fair. If not, to each their own.
Yep.
I will assume it is pure trying to get an advantage through getting into your opponent's head, but we are going to see a very standard line here, probably. Of doing Vinny stuff and then heading to Kachina.
And then I guess you Woven, ref the engines, and then Covenant, and throw twice or throw once and swap.
Yeah, that's an option. Talent is also there, depending on how you want to set these eyes up. But yeah, let's see how it actually comes down. Oh, Mystic Soup coming down. We are picking an effect, probably whatever damage reduction we can find.
Do you want damage reduction this early?
I mean, Kachina's about to go pretty hard,
Not so hard as to completely destroy the Eremite. At least not now.
Fair, but then what are you exactly looking for, regardless? Oh, the extra dice. I mean, that's fair.
Yeah, that's the dice discount.
If you get that,
So,
you get that.
Yep. And so after the trolling, then Kachina will be at 4 after this elemental skill.
You see the tune come down, we're probably gonna see the Covenant come down, and then a lot of dice to spend, a lot of attacks to make.
Yeah. Maybe a woven talent and then Covenant's technique.
Yeah, you
for
can do it
the
in whichever order you want, but basically, you either play the Covenant talent first, or you play the Woven talent first and then Covenant, or Covenant Woven talent. Doesn't really matter, but basically you're gonna throw a lot at the table here.
I think you Covenant first to see if you get the Geo, and that's about it.
That's fair. I think you gotta spend it either way, though.
Yeah. Right, let's see. Ollie simply ends the round.
Oh, okay, we're gonna take it slow instead. Taking our time, not letting this lore master get it that easily.
Yep, Elina manages to redraw the Day of Resistance.
And we go
going
again.
into
That's
round
probably
3.
gonna be kept for later, though. Oh, Woven start of this round now.
Woven into Mystic Soup. That's interesting. Showing the Woven immediately to go, hey look, I have extra dice.
Right here, right now. Just so you know, I could have used this last round, but I chose not to. Alright, there's the talent, and there's the Swirly coming down for big
the
damage.
Trolling gets some Crystallize out, and Navia getting her Shrapnel into the deck.
Yep, big numbers coming down. Now, unfortunately, because of the order in which we decided to use this, we will not be getting a free Crystallize based on our summons. So we're going to have to maneuver that a little bit, although getting off Kachina and then using a Venti Prop Arrow is completely valid, but I'm interested to see if we're actually pushing for a Kachina burst here.
That is certainly possible, especially since Elina has not equipped the Cloran yet. So right now would be the best time to get Cloran down before Navia gets her Wolf's Gravestone.
Exactly, getting all this setup going and massive amounts of damage that might come in, because you can definitely set yourself up.
Yep. Right. Elina goes for the standard line, that is to simply Elemental Burst into the Kachina.
Exactly. And now Kachina can respond with whatever she wants. So Eremite has done her job. Siege Wind basically doesn't even have a job. So neither of those two are going to do too much.
Hey, Phlogiston and Soren Crackers. That means 1 extra throw for free.
Exactly. And now we just gotta pick and choose how do we want to do this.
Do you really want to twirl on Lore Master though? Nope. And
no,
that's
we
why
don't.
That's why we're going to Navia, apparently.
Yeah, getting the extra die off of board, quite nice.
Oh, Boar Princess, right.
Exactly.
Yep. Plays Lotus, Inari grabs another Lotus, plays a Scorpion, and switches to Cloran.
Yeah, a nice swap.
That's one of 3 pieces ready for Cloran to start blasting.
Exactly, but that's the only one you don't have to draw, so we gotta find the rest.
Yep. And Navia decides to take the initiative by attacking first, straight into the all-consuming Lotus.
Exactly, but we do get 2 sharpness for it in exchange, and we can now head to Linny, and this Cloran needs to pick her moves quite carefully.
By instead letting Lini handle it.
Yep, exactly. We're gonna get the magician guy to do his magician stuff, and we will just pull 10 damage out of our hat later.
Maybe. It is now Elina's turn to act and decides to go for a simple normal attack. The Wordukasha's glow on Lini draws a card, and Lini can now simply prop arrow, and that's a free crystallize, as well as Pyro Aura for later.
Exactly, but they do have Dawn Winery, so they could just go back to Lore Master and dodge that completely.
Ooh, right. And that's probably what they'll be doing.
I mean, almost definitely.
Yeah. Going back into Lore Master, though, means all three of them will have Pyro Aura, which means that Navia will have Shrapnel for days.
Yeah, exactly. You're kind of delaying what's coming down. And now, maybe if we played that Phlogiston way earlier, would have been something here. But no, this Covenant is just going to stay in our hand and kind of just vibe there. And we're just going to take it easy and probably pass ourselves.
Indeed.
Considering all the lines, considering all the options, is there any way we can make them not ready? Because now you can basically position without your opponent being able to respond at all. But no,
Right.
Lini's probably the best spot to be. And we just accept the board state as is.
Yeah. Ollie's quite prone to just accepting the board as is without using Covenant. Probably someone who likes to play it late to like clinch out the win.
Exactly. The extra damage is probably going to be coming up. No Wolf's Gravestone yet at all, but it's still very workable. And keeping, like, Covenant giving you positioning here, there's not even that good of a position you want to be in. It's not super relevant, as your opponent can do whatever they want. Another Woven at the start. Okay.
Aye. That is certainly interesting.
Quite keen on just dropping them, possibly playing around that extreme. Oh, the Wolf's Gravestone now. Interesting.
Yeah. There's the wolves. Place Saurus Crackers in advance. Maybe is probably deciding to go back to Kachina at some point. Finally dropping that Dawn Winery. Switches to Navia.
So we are playing around the extreme if it does come down, because definitely our opponent has a round right now where they don't have to do much. But we might see Day and a straight swap to Claren right here. Yeah, Mao, Lotus, NRE procs, and we might see a Lo-Fi and be heading straight over there.
And got 2 bricks, which will become online on the next round, which is Sing Your Heart Out. It's Claren facing off against Navia again. And this time, I think she'll be taking 1 damage from the elemental skill. So that's something. After that, that's gonna be it. Discard 2, draw 2, and puts 3 shrapnel into deck. Talent effect draws 2 more shrapnel.
Exactly. Now it's time for Claren's response. We're definitely getting the Lo-Fi going and setting up that skill for some tasty NAs coming down right here. And Dawn Winery will let us get away the moment we no longer want to be here.
Yeah. Maybe Navia can go for an elemental burst this time. Actually, no, that would probably overdraw. I think you go back to Kachina and maybe try to negotiate a swirl, but going back to Kachina right now is impossible due to the Cloran facing off against her.
Exactly. Claren staring down with a mean look in her eye, and maybe you can slow play her, but yeah, it seems like that's what we're going to be trying to do.
Yeah, it's a slow play onto Lini with the option of using an elemental burst onto Cloran for the Pyro Aura, so that they can come back and crystallize when they have the time.
Do remember, we still have that Covenant going, and we do have some dice to pull completely out of thin air which our opponent might not be ready for. They should be expecting it, but can they answer it?
Yeah. Let's see here. Cloran does have the weapon.
Oh, playing it
Switches
safe
to
as well.
Cedrine. That Dawn Winery is now out of uses.
Yep, and you can swap back to Cloran, do another NA, get a die, and swap off. Anyway, this is just a bit slower. Now, the thing is, can you go Kachina here? Are you expecting your opponent to swap to kill her or not is a big question. But even if you do go Kachina and they go Cloran, what do you do?
You really cannot do a thing.
It's just about accepting it the way it is and just having to deal with it. Maybe it's a Navia burst angle, maybe it's just setting up Linny. A lot of options here, a lot of ways to deal damage, but not to the unit you want to do it to.
There's also the option of placing Wolf's Gravestone.
Oh, we will prop arrow. Okay.
Hey, that's fine. You draw another, and now Ollie is kind of just sitting there, plays Joris and then around.
Exactly. Keeping the Covenant for the time when we need it, because we did spend both of our Vovens so far. So we do have those extra dice to pull out when we do need them.
And with that extra dice, it's probably a swap back to Cedrine and letting that in the round.
Exactly. Now as the Cloran player, you can get off, but you don't necessarily even have to. You are losing one dice though, so
I guess another idea is to simply one Arana, but yeah, it is a swap to Cedrine and then ending the round. That is the most sensible thing to do here.
yeah, exactly. Because of Dawn Winery, you don't even necessarily lose a die going back. And you can just take it easy and safe right here. No reason to greed for anything more than that.
Right, start of round 4, and it's Ollie's turn to move. It is still on Linny with 3 stacks of prop surplus, so that elemental skill is probably coming any minute now. Plays more princess, probably going to fetch that gamblers in hand, and then doing some bombastic elemental skill.
Exactly, coming down with big damage, taking them out. Do you ever bother to go to Navia to make sure that she takes as many out as she can? Probably not. You can just clearly start taking out enemies here, but honestly, getting those crystallizes would be quite nice, so it is an option.
I guess you could also just go to Navia with the fast swap, play the 2 shrapnels.
Oh, we're gonna slow swap it. We're gonna play it slow once again.
Right.
See what we can do about it. But now Clorend is going to answer her, and it's a bit rough.
It is gonna be Clorend's answer once more. And Clorend has some hefty bond of life, so that's gonna be tough to deal with.
Yeah, a lot of healing coming down. But if they do go Clorend and you come back to someone, they have to skill, and then they're wasting that bond of life. So that would be interesting as well. Could put you in a good position to then deal with her afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, Cedrine's there, so it's not gonna waste as much as you think. It's likely that she's at like 12 or 13 max HP already.
Yeah. Exactly. But then, yeah, you don't lose anything by going in on her and doing damage. All our characters are satiated, but we top deck more food. The Soaring Companion's coming in, and then we might see it go off. Unfortunately, no fast swaps, no crazy shenanigans coming down here, but
fast
did I just say no fast swaps and then they fast swap? Damn.
Yep. There it goes.
Oh!
That
Oh,
is such a troll.
that is so clean. And then this Katrina is also in lethal range. You have spent a lot here, but correct me
Yeah,
if I'm wrong. You could just go all in, no? You could go for a second Scorpion and then go in with Clorant herself. Well, not what we're gonna see.
Yeah, the second Scorpion is indeed a possibility, but before that, you have to like deal with regaining the stacks
Right,
beforehand.
it's not as much as you would want it to be. This is true.
Yep.
Lenny would still live, and he is the bigger problem here. He will take some Gambler's damage. He will use another skill trying to get this Clorant away from Katrina so Katrina can do what she wants to. But this Clorant doing a lot here. 1 NA is still enough. You would need to find a way to get Katrina back online, but you just don't have it.
Yep. If Linny attacks here, that would be an actual troll. So don't do that.
That would be quite rough. But then you have to sacrifice Katrina instead, and that's...
Yeah,
Oof.
that's also not really a possibility, huh? If you attack whoever you go with, will be lost this round, either due to Scorpion or due to Clorant. And now only Linny remains. Gains 1
And
dice
now-
left from Lo-Fi. Not that that matters.
Solo Linny against the world, but Linny has no setup, and Clorant has everything.
Yet, like Linny isn't someone to even take the stage on his own. He's usually someone who sits at the back and then comes in with an explosive finish.
Exactly, not doing much, and now he's kind of forced to try to fight both of them, but he's just not set up to deal with all this. It's about to come down.
Yep. I'm sure we're supposed to be excited about this match, but the problem about this is that it's like slowly watching a train barrel towards a bag of sardines.
We've been we've been watching Navia take her sweet time to try to fight Clorant until Clorant managed to get enough resources to slowly take out. So we're just watching the consequences of that come down, and yeah, this Linny is in a rough spot. There's no way for him to gain 3 dice here to get a kill on Lore Master, and even if he did, that would probably be the end of the line for him, whichever way you spin it.
Either way, I believe this is sacrifice the Lore Master, and then Clorant comes in and finishes the job.
Exactly, with a Lore Master setup here, she's going to go down to Linny's first attack in most cases, unless he decides to not do anything here and then prop arrow afterwards. Yeah, now Lore Master dies no matter what you do. And the second Navia talent might just not be it. But it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter because a Lore Master skill, if Linny doesn't retaliate, also just wins the duel on the spot.
Quite. Linny goes first for round 5. Not that that matters.
What do you mean? He can take down a kill. He gets 2 dice of gamblers.
Oh, yeah.
I've never watched a man have it more in my entire life. Look at him go.
Yep. The train conductor has spotted the bag of sardines.
It is time. It is time.
He has put down the brakes. He is desperately trying to hold on. But it is futile.
The sardines, no.
Yep.
Save them.
This is no ordinary steam engine train, my friend. It is the fastest train in all of Japan or something.
Exactly. But we've been here for the last 10 minutes because it was coming all the way from the other side of the country. The bag of sardines were just waiting this entire time. And there was nothing we could do.
Yeah, someone left their bag of sardines on the road. There's nothing we could do.
Exactly. RIP to the sardines. But
yep.
The 1v1. The face-off.
1v1. It is here.
We are here, we are ready.
A 1v1 that Lini has no chance of winning, yet still tries anyway.
No reactions, no tricks, no anything. Just mano a mano. Fontanian versus a Fontanian. Heals for 3. Chlorant goes. Punch.
Normal.
Getting some Bond of Life. And a dieback. Oh my god. She can now heal too. And then... And then...
And...
my god.
Oh.
And then...
This might be a normal attack. Yep, this is a normal attack from Lini. This is
thank you.
Scorpion. Final, thank you.
I appreciate it. I appreciate the reaction. Oh my lord. Thank you.
The train has burned the sardines for crisp.
And the sardines stood no chance.
Unfortunate.
Oh my lord. Well, goodbye sardines. Goodbye. We'll see you later. It's now time for you to win a game, but the comeback is real, and there is the joy of seeing this Chlorant deck win, which is obviously that we might see Narwhal. Anyone think we might see Narwhal? Any thoughts on Narwhal?
Now the sardines are gone. Surely Posong must pay the price.
Exactly. It is time. It is only appropriate. It is only fair to see the Narwhal come in.
Fight for fish.
Exactly. It's fish on fish. And we wouldn't have the battle end any other way. Now, choose your fate. Will you believe in the Narwhal, or will you go for Zhongli? Because realistically, Ollie doesn't have much to do. Ollie's like, oh yeah, I'm ready to go next one, by the way. And they're like, yeah. Shocking. You didn't have much of a choice, now did you?
Yep. That sardine is going to go viral on Twitter.
The sardine's about to go completely crazy, but what it comes down to is... So, right now, if you're Elina, the choice you make is purely mental for your own sake. So, how do you want to go about it? You are the only one who really understands your Narwhal deck better than anyone else, right?
Yep.
It is going to be your own creation, so you know its strengths and weaknesses. And it might be a comfortability thing to leave it for last, or it might be a comfortability thing to just bring it up now.
Right, and I believe we have gotten our deck picks for the 4th match. Let's see what we wrote. It is Ollie's Kachinavia versus Elina's Zhongli.
So yeah, what it comes down to is Elina is like, okay, I'm going to keep my comfort pick, my little brew for the final game, because that one I completely understand front to back, top to bottom. I know exactly why everything is in it, and when it all comes down to the line, that's who I want to be carrying me. And we say that is fair, that is valid.
Though personally, I think that Elina's just trying to get a better score.
Oh my god. You don't believe in the Narwhal?
Well, normally I would believe in the Narwhal, but this is Kachina we're talking about.
Narwhal. Well, that's unfortunate, but in the meantime, we will see that we do still have the Moonpiercer in the Zhongli deck. This is the same list. So we'll see how much that matches into Kachina and it doesn't. But here, Kachina is definitely the deck that will go first. And then Zhongli gets to unleash the brutal amount of summons that are going to come down.
Yep. If he gets the chance to, of course.
Of course. It might not even pop up. It just really depends on how quickly you can shut them down. And what you can and cannot do about it.
Yeah, the first character to probably be taken down is probably Kachina or Lini. One of those.
Yeah, exactly. And then you gotta deal with the rest of their setup. Depending on how much pyro you have, you can get rid of Lini, but usually, yeah, Kachina, once she gets her bombastic stat out, has done her job, and we can move on from that spot and see what the best way of finishing the characters off is.
While we're waiting for the match to start, I believe there's honestly not much of a prediction to go on here. I
mean, the real question is... Okay, wait. while we're waiting for it to start, can we see the normal deck? Thoughts?
Maybe.
Can I see the normal deck? Can I see? Can I see the normal? I want to see the. I want to see it. 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 I want to see it.
Anyway, since the narwhal will be for the final match, if that would happen,
Yay!
I guess Kokomi is the fish representative.
If all other fail, yeah, Kokomi is our fish now. Oh, look at this beauty. It's 3 cost with the narwhal talent attached. Look at them go. Serene right there. 2 costs right there. Oh my god, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's amazing.
Beautiful.
Signs of canopy, everything you want. It's exactly what you need.
Right. And now we wait for the train to fight against the fish representative. Round 4, start.
It is time. The fish representatives from the Fish Commerce Guild are ready to go.
Yep.
And we will not be stopped or misrepresented in this tournament. It is time to go.
To represent the Fish Commerce Guild, their advisor, Mr. Zhong Li, has taken the stage first. Unfortunately, without his talent, but is able to obtain them by placing the Storm Tailor's Lair and using Inari Hausa stuff from his erstwhile friend.
Exactly. And those are some nice combos that this deck can always produce. And thankfully, you do have that Inazuma Res as well, because your dice are not going to be helping you now, are they?
Yep. On the opposite side, the train conductor, Mr. Linny, the magician, is probably going to be doing the prop arrow again, and then going to Kachina and do that sort of stuff, the normal line, that is.
Exactly, the very usual setup coming down now. We're probably going to see Stove. Are you ever going to tune to instead of spending your Inazuma and Resonance on this? It is a question you can ponder.
I would argue no.
Yeah, the early cards are quite good.
Yep. That's the Mystic Soup. I do not believe you want to Mystic Soup due to how the chance is. And you really want that Zhongli talent and then just swap off ASAP.
Yeah, you kind of want to do it and get out of there. And that is probably the way you're going to spend your dice. Yeah, here it comes. Here both of them come down and yep. The usual.
With the reduction from the Storm Tailor's Lair, there's exactly 1 dice left for Zhongli to skedaddle off to sip his tea quietly in the background.
Exactly. He has summoned 1 pillar. He has done his job. He is leaving now. He'll be back by round 3 or 4. Have fun, kids.
Yep. He is only there to say the opening speech and then place down a pillar of peace talks.
Exactly. He left some money on the table for a pizza if you want one, and he'll be back by 8 p.m. Have fun.
Right. The damage is done, and now it's round 2. Kachina is still firing up with her Night Soul's Blessing. Her drill is going to be piercing through that pillar soon enough.
Exactly. She's about to go for some nice reactions and damage coming down in this round 2. But Shiori is not going to be underestimated. But maybe she will be, because look at those dice.
Yep. Shiori is here not to represent the Fish Commerce Guild, but to represent her fashion brand. As it happens, her brand is the one that designed the bag of sardines, and she is now rather miffed that her bag has been desecrated in such a manner by a train.
Exactly, and as unfortunate as that is, these dice are probably more unfortunate. Wow, okay, so Opera will help you with that, but you do need to get rid of 2 cards, which is probably fine. For what it's worth, it's not the end of the world, but...
It's like that dilemma where if you save the dice from the Inazuma Res from earlier, then it's basically just buy now, pay later again.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, it ends up working out the exact same way because of Opera. You're still only tuning 2, but then What are you doing with your last 2 dice? You really don't have a good spot for it. Oh, you'll play this instead. Because you have a fast swap, you could just Kokomi skill and be A-okay.
Removes the sing. Interesting.
Yeah, exactly. We already played one, so by the time the second one comes up, it's going to be quite late, and we're probably going to be playing other food anyway for the rest of the game. We do get a follow-up attack one, not the eyes closed doll indeed.
And then it would probably be a Kokomi normal attack angle.
Yeah, normal attack. I mean, tuning one for the skill is not the end of the universe, but you kind of don't want to give them an extra crystallize, honestly. It's a big issue.
Yep,
So
so that's why you know about
Kachina, he's, yeah. Like,
Kokomi's elemental skill can sometimes grieve you, so normal attack is a legit option sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes it's just valid, and if you can get that crystallized reaction, it's quite nice, but if not, not.
Yep, the train has run over a rock, and has created 3 shrapnels for Navia to use later.
Exactly. The story is indeed heating up. We have the Fish Commerce Guild themselves showing up and giving them a little slap because they're upset about it.
Yeah.
A bonk?
Yep, there's a slap, and Jerry's doll will follow up with that with some crystallize of their own. Have a taste of your own medicine, you train.
Exactly. Now, unfortunately, maybe it's just because of the art, but Kachina does not seem too bothered, goes for another technique, and is ready to go.
Yep, her drill will not be stopped by mere fishy matters.
Exactly. We have a bigger industrial evolution to take, and with it comes an insane amount of damage that we're about to witness. Straight up.
It is the drill that shall pierce the firmament.
Exactly. Another dice from the board coming in. Oh my god, this is going to be a lot of damage coming straight up.
That's the third trolley of the night, which means it is now time. Never mind. Soon enough, it will be time for Kachina to use her Elemental Burst.
Exactly. Now all the damage goes up and she is ready to take on the world by herself. I mean, oh my god, the Gambler's coming down as well. Oh, that is not looking good for you. Two kills because of the burst. Oh my god, 4 extra dice. And Zhongli has to come from the start sooner. Oh no. Oh, the kids have burned down the house. Oh no. Run back home.
Bro left for milk and returned with the house burnt down to a crisp.
Exactly. Just when I was left home this way as well. It's exactly what happened every single time. Oh no. The summons are coming down, but this Zhongli is just... doesn't even have the eyes closed all to help him out. He just has to solo this.
And with all those summons out and only dealing 1 damage each, Zhongli is basically a lost cause.
Exactly.
Yep. Right, it is time for the train to reach its final destination.
Choo-choo, beep beep. The train's coming down. If anyone's... Wait, is that Zhongli on the tracks? No! Zhongli, get out of the tracks! No, he has AirPods in! No! No! Oh, it's a travesty. It's a tragedy. He's not gonna be able to get away from it.
Unfortunate. That is indeed part of the game. And this would be where the story ends.
Now, he does have some tools to survive for longer. We're not gonna pretend like he doesn't. He's gonna do this first before summoning his own pillar, which is fair. It's a little less value, but it's also less susceptible to dying to random stuff. You know that Navia has a bunch of shrapnel sitting around, so you are kind of forced to do it a bit early, even though it is 1 less healing. But now, yeah, it's gonna look rough. Your breakpoints are not amazing when it comes to dice, nor dealing with your opponent. And honestly, the nice stack of Moonpiercer is not even there to help you out.
Yep. Even though Zhongli just came back from the store, he has some anti-train spray on his back. Unfortunately, I do not believe that will be enough to stop this train's advance.
Exactly. He's running away, but he's running along the tracks instead of like off the tracks. So it's not actually helping much by itself. But Navi getting quite low. Quite a spooky ordeal indeed, but she is just gonna say, okay, more shrapnel please. Beep boop, beep boop. I would like some shrapnel. Gets 2 more going, along with a Mystic Soup.
Yep.
Now Zhongli can take her out, deal with the mighty Kachina herself.
Yeah. Or, hear me out. Actually, never mind. That doesn't work out.
I'm pretty sure you can just linear skill into 2 shrapnels and win anyway, but besides the point. Oh, we're gonna tune everything. For a big
tune
Zhongli
everything
skill.
for big Zhongli skill. And that is a total of 7 effective HP. That's 3. And now...
And you dodge the shrapnel, but they also have a Woven, and they can just...
Yep. It's a Woven, tune another one, and plays
And-
Elemental Burst for game.
Burst for style points, takes down Zhongli, and we will not be seeing the next round. And Ollie Crane takes it out. Let's go. What a gamer. The train has gotten to the station, taken out a couple sardines and people with it, but wins nonetheless.
The sacrifices were necessary.
Exactly. My apologies, but we needed to get to our location, and the victory train was not stopping for anyone. No, of course.
Yeah. Have you ever wondered why Japanese trains are never late?
Exactly. We do not stop. We do not sleep. We have places to be. And in this case, it's victory train, so get on. Woo!
Yeah.
Woo! Quite a shame that we never got to see that narwhal deck. I really wanted to see the narwhal deck, but that's okay. That's fine. We got to see some crab gameplay. We got to see the train go. We got to see so much cooking in the first match. Wow, those players just brought completely unexpected decks. This is the beauty that we missed for anyone who is as sad as I am. Look at the macarons. Look at that. Look at the nice stuff. Look at, oh my god, the
These
joys.
are so good. Like, it's the joys of serene cooking. Now, I'm afraid this deck will have to be joining Chamberlain for the time being. Thankfully, though, this is the winner's bracket, which means that deck has a chance to resurface again in one of the lower bracket matches.
Exactly. Do not be sad, because Elina will have another chance to take it all back and show off the power of Narwhal himself.
Indeed. And as for tomorrow's matches, what do we have?
Let's look at that. We have the man we already watched, Papaya Tofu. Wait.
Right, no, this is
today's
today's
match.
results. Right, for
Wait,
a
I
ritual
got
reveal, Papaya Tofu wins 3-2 against Chamberlain on loser's bracket round 1, and Chamberlain is eliminated. And Ollie Crane wins against Elina 3-1, and Elina drops to the loser's bracket round 3.
And I'm sorry if you just joined, but you got spoiled on all of them, so we're gonna move that swiftly away and see that tomorrow it's a Red Y versus Papaya Tofu. People we watched yesterday versus people we saw today. And in the second one, we have Loom1000 versus Injagi himself. All of these people, if you've been following us this week, you are more than familiar with. You're familiar with their decks, their strategies, and the abilities that they're bringing to the table. So feel free to put your guesses in and predictions as to who is going to be who.
Yep. Unfortunately, though, it's my final day of casting for this tournament. So I will not be joining you for the journey to come. Regardless, it is going to be a lot of exciting matches to come in the matches leading up to the grand finals. Am I right, Fufu?
Exactly. And all of those who are hoping to get rid of me, you are not getting rid of me, because I'm tomorrow here as well. And I'm gonna be casting more matches, but not just tomorrow, because this entire week we're gonna be live all week, showing everything on this YouTube channel in English, on the JP YouTube channel in Japanese, or on Bilibili in CN, depending on what you prefer. And do not forget, we'll post updates for everything on Twitter and YouTube, so feel free to follow, just so you're in the loop.
Yep. Yeah, what a great day, am I right?
That was just some cooking we watched. That was gameplay, that was cooking, that was plans and strategies, hopes and dreams. It all came down together, and it was magnificent. And trains.
Mr. Serene's husband unfortunately cooked a bit too hard with the Melusines and got some nasty lump of poison chan pie, and in the end has to leave the stage early. Meanwhile, Elina, Sardines and the Fish Commerce Guild is unfortunately run over by trains.
Unfortunately, the fish will not be joining us. Well, the fish will be joining us, but the Melusines, friendship can only take them so far. Now, you know that loss for them doesn't mean anything because they always have each other and friendship to come along with it. But that doesn't mean we will no longer be seeing them. But that does not mean we're no longer going to be seeing some interesting decks, some interesting cooking, and some top tier plays. So do stay tuned. But for today, that does seem to be it. And we do hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. But we will see you tomorrow.
Yep. I'm Summation.
I'm Fufu, and we will see you later. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
まさに滅びの災いと呼ぶにふさわしいわ。終わりなき苦痛と消えることのない呪い。
だからよそ者なんて信用